By the way, I'm proud to be, as I said, the first vice president, first black woman, served with a black president. I'm proud of the first black woman in the Supreme Court. There's just so much that we can do because together there's nothing. Look, this is the United States of America.
Well, alrighty. Welcome back to These People Are Idiots, you guys. I'm here with Ciprian as usual. And Ciprian, how you been doing today?
Well, for someone involved in politics, albeit at a local level, but it's still DC, the world seeing Biden's debate performance was very gratifying.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling that. How's it been on your end?
I couldn't stop grinning for 2 days.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean, I kind of feel sorry for him, but I mean, people have been saying Biden is suffering medical complications. He is not mentally able to do this for years. And then even a week before, there was a claim of cheap fakes.
Yeah, more hands clipping through the microphone, more him walking through people. You can't 3D hologram a debate stage. Like, they've really tried to keep him out of the public eye. I mean, back when he was being elected, they wanted to make sure he kept as far away from Trump as possible. They basically locked him down in a room. Like, it's wild. And for the people that sympathize with Biden and enjoy Biden, I've just been trying to frame it this way. It's elder abuse. No matter whether you love him or hate him, they're using this man as a puppet, and they threw him under the bus because they had Kamala Harris, or no, sorry, not Kamala Harris, she wishes, Gretchen Whitmer and Gavin Newsom lined up as backups. And they're trying to throw him under the bus because they've been taking advantage of his mental decline, and now it's not good any way you look at it. I haven't heard anyone in real life justify this. People who usually talk to me about Biden day in and day out have not mentioned the debate to me once. Like, it's pretty wild.
I've seen some people make the argument that it's not the president who makes vital decisions, it's his cabinet. And if you like the decisions the cabinet is making, you should vote for Biden. Which I can understand from one perspective. However, the president is supposed to be the one who makes the final call. And if the president is unable to make that final call, cabinet members go off and do their own thing, and sometimes that is wildly a bad idea or wildly anti-democratic. The reason why we have the president is to be that check by the people against the aspirations of government bureaucrats.
Yeah. Like, at this point, they don't even, the arguments out of these things isn't really good anymore. It's kind of like with the whole gender debate. They've gone from making certain kinds of arguments to now they just kind of use those arguments as a reason to act upon what they're doing. And it's like, that's not justifying anything to recognize something for being shitty and then saying, just go with it, even though we recognize all the things we told you weren't true a year or two prior. Like, the gaslighting is insane, but also it's just like, just take the L. Just It's clear. It's clearly a loss at this point. Like, just admit it and move on is where I'm at.
What have I been saying? These people are idiots.
Idiots.
They could have tried to mitigate the fallout from Biden's mental and physical problems. They could have done that. Now they're making those arguments, but they could have done that months ago.
And they could have found better backups for president besides the guy who completely destroyed California and the woman who was almost kidnapped in a fake white supremacist kidnapping plot where like 6 or 7 of the people in the white supremacist group out of 10 were FBI officials. It's like, you can't even make this shit up. It's like, you got nobody else. Even Kamala Harris is stomping her foot like, nobody else? The stupidity is... it's more than just tangible. It's fucking suffocating at this point.
Yeah. And that's why there is so much propaganda and gaslighting on all these shady tactics, because they're too stupid to actually make an argument for themselves that isn't wildly dishonest. They could have made an argument that, okay, Biden is not really in control of himself, but he is the front man for a much more moderate band of experts. They could have made that argument.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't. They can't reason their way out of a paper bag, a wet paper bag.
And I mean, if they had contact with their constituents, because the people on the ground who like Biden, that's the type of shit that they're saying. A lot of them is they're trying to reason their way into this, but there's the disconnect between the people on the ground and the people in power. If that camaraderie was there, you could at least just copy what your constituents are saying and be like, yeah, that sounds good. Let's roll with that. But total disconnect.
And here's the thing. The Democratic Party is supposed to be, you've got the general population of voters, the activists and community organizers, the think tank people who analyze the stuff and come up with policy, and then the politicians. They're all supposed to be in there together. But if the politicians aren't going out and talking to voters, they're not getting the perspective of, oh, hey, this policy is not working, or these activists are crooks. They're not actually representing people's actual needs. They're not getting that feedback.
And the censorship machine doesn't help with that. I think Lauren Boebert went off about a week or two in Congress to some of the social media heads. And she's just like, yeah, I can't talk with my constituents. They try to comment on my post and their shit gets deleted. There should be freedom of speech. I don't know what my people are telling me right now. And again, love her or hate her, I'm very middle ground with her. She's more batshit than not. But that's a very fair point. Like, if you want someone even as crazy as Lauren Boebert to be able to communicate with her constituents and stay in touch with reality, then you gotta not censor what people are saying, because it can harm both ways. Yeah,
and I think critical activists within the Democratic Party information sphere ended up cutting off access to major pillars of communication, to the point that, why did gay marriage go from risky to all in the Democratic Party? It's because a lot of the critical voices were suppressed. The thing was, it wasn't just suppressed for that policy debate. They were suppressed for years. Mm-hmm. And that just allowed one influential faction within the Democratic Party to become so much more powerful than it would have been otherwise. So the result is there was an unbalanced view of popularity within the internal debates within the Democratic Party, and that resulted in a complete disconnect between a lot of voters and the activist and policymaking structures. And the politicians are just sitting back there and saying, I have no idea what's going on. I'm just going to take the safe choice and go with these guys.
Yeah. I kind of feel that too. It's a little bit different, but really kind of the same with the marijuana industry. The longer I've been smoking pot, the more I realize for me it is addictive. I'm like, there was a lot of critical voices to not just who weren't really trying to stop marijuana from advancing forward, but are like, we need to do it safely. Maybe we should look at some studies. Maybe we should consider a couple things. and it was mostly all just pushed out for the people fully in favor of it, coming with weed cures cancer, it's non-addictive, it's just a plant. And because of that, now there's kind of an unbalance to where it just kind of is what it is. Everybody's fucking stoned. Everybody thinks it's a medicine. And for a lot of people, it is, but it kind of disrespects those people who it is medicine for when you pretend. Like, I don't call my weed my medicine. Like, that's just fucked. It's my drug.
Well, a few things. One, there were a number of influential Democratic lobbyists who also had money in weed stores in D.C.
Believe that.
So there was financial and political influence within the Democratic Party that was benefiting by legalizing marijuana. Right or wrong, it was that they were making direct money off of it. So, and
in the same way that the conservatives make money off prohibition, it's just kind of the other way around.
Yeah, the pattern tends to be that alcohol companies give money to conservatives, although that's been changing in the past few years, and other drug manufacturers give money to liberal parties.
It's so interesting how that works. Like, it all makes sense when you think about it, but it's just such a weird thing. But yeah, just so many things where all we needed was balance and to not shut down the crazy voices or the dissenting voices or the people just saying like, hey, y'all should slow down a little bit, or you should reconsider this. Like, America is just a really, really, really fast fucking moving train, and it doesn't matter how many people it throws off on the ride.
Oh boy. Yeah, the details of specific things are sometimes very shocking. So why did people try to clear the blockage in Baltimore Harbor using explosives? Because they didn't have a dredging machine available. Why didn't they have a dredging machine available? They had been sold off to Asia.
Ooh. See, when I saw that, I thought they were just trying to like make a message like, hey, we're going to take care of you. Boom, here it is. That's a little bit worse.
It's actually very bad.
Yeah.
If you look at the details of the debt or our maritime capability, things are catastrophic. But largely because nobody cares about the financials, because it's just a bunch of numbers in a lot of people's minds, or maritime stuff because, well, my stuff is arriving from China, so there's no problem, right? The bureaucracy is in free fall. But people generally don't talk about that because that's less directly impacting their immediate life.
Yeah, and even smaller scale, whenever I first moved to Eugene and we had a really bad winter storm, all the roads were blocked, nobody could go to work, everyone was shut down, and I'm just like, I'm in the north part of the United States, like where the hell are the snow plowers? And everyone's like, oh, there's only like one or two in the entire city. Like, we have to borrow them from Portland. I'm like, what the fuck?
And that should not be an acceptable answer.
No. I think it's going to change, though. I think it's like everybody's been talking. It's just getting so blaringly obvious, especially post-debate. Like, that was just... You can only lie to yourself so much, even if you're, like, grade A fucking bullshitter. Like, if you're fucking... I can't even remember his name, Santos or whatever. Like, eventually the reality has to break through. Yeah. I mean, maybe not for that guy, but I don't know. It's just copious amounts of fucking bullshit day in and day out, and everyone's starting to piece together the puzzles in their own communities, in their own way, and now it's just kind of a matter of bringing people together with the pieces of information that they have, because people are just kind of done with this shit. It's so fucking much. Like, I was talking about how there was a potential litter box at the high school up the road, and there was an investigation. Nothing has come through with it so far, but now those parents are aware. I've been told they're going to be keeping an eye on it when school happens, and the second a litter box is spotted, they're shutting it the fuck down, because people are fucking done. As soon as they catch wind with it of shit, they're going to jump on board and try to fix it.
And I read your community's post, and apparently there was lead in the pipes.
Yeah, so I don't know how much of it had to do per se with my talking to them and getting that launched, because they were doing some construction work outside the school. But when I talked to a high school kid that works at one of the stores nearby about it, the kids knew they aren't allowed to drink out of the water fountains, apparently, because of the lead exposure. But from what they told me, when they went into the bathroom to look for the litter box, they had a whole health inspection to go along with it. And it sounds like they didn't realize that lead was contaminating the bathroom pipes into the sinks and whatnot. So I think that had to do with what happened. I don't want to take credit just in case that's not the order of events, but that's how it was presented to me. And they're at least going to be addressing some lead pipes at the very least. So something's better than nothing, you know?
Well, good on you for that.
Yeah, it's a fun little mini adventure. But yeah, no, these kids, you know, they're just so done with the shit. And there was one person, they said, well, one of the parents thinks that it's a group of transphobic kids that's starting the rumor. And I'm just like, everyone wants to hammer these transphobic kids, these homophobic kids, these racist kids. If you're a kid growing up in society with this shit right now, you're gonna push back so fucking hard and so fucking egregiously. And I'm not gonna fault these middle school and high school kids for having, you know, negative feelings towards the LGBT community, because we're kind of being fucking assholes. We're kind of pushing a lot on kids. We're confusing the living shit out of them. They're all fighting each other. You know, Next Benedict, whenever she got in a fight in the bathroom, it was over them dressing weird because they were the queer kid group. And they all want to paint themselves just like the protesters want to paint themselves and go sit off in their little corners until it's time to butt heads. But who put the kids in that position? We did. The LGBT community, specifically in this case, really did a fucking number on these kids. And yeah, there's a lot to do with the government and communism and Yuri Bezmov and yada, yada, yada. But the people in America whose fault it was us for pushing way too fucking hard. That's kind of my thoughts on that. I sympathize with these kids. It's sad. I would not want to go through this shit in high school right now. Like, my dad would be even more homophobic and beat my ass even harder if this shit was going on in 2015. Like, when he figured out I was gay, it was hell on fucking earth. It would have been a million times worse if he thought I was going to go on and fuck dogs. Way worse.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Which part?
I suppose the bit with the dogs, but
Oh, well, just
I've
the
seen
fact
enough. Oh God.
Yeah.
So
It's
well, shall we say there are a few mental health issues around the LGBTQ community, and it's not always pretty to look at.
no social contagion at this point, and so many factors. Like, it's not even online at this point. I'm meeting people who don't identify as human, people who, that's just, it's like it hopped off online, because I mean, we are online, we are the people putting it out, but now that it's become so publicly permissible, I mean, San Francisco Pride, they had people walking around naked in fucking dog mask, and in the corner they were all having a piss party. That's where we're at.
San Francisco legalized public nudity decades ago. So some of this stuff is just a gradual push by exhibitionists who have been latching on to the LGBTQ community as an excuse. And the powers that be have decided that pushback is various forms of bigotry, and therefore people can hijack the LGBTQ community for all sorts of nasty behavior, and guess who gets the blame? This is not a new phenomenon.
And I mean, like with the pride parades in San Francisco, the nudists always start out with the bicyclists, because there's the bicyclist nudist. There's a lot of that here, but the bicyclists then come through the parade. There's not a single rainbow flag in sight. They're just like, yeah, I get to be fucking naked. And I'm watching like a circle of these people go around a group of like 6 and 7-year-olds with their fucking cocks hanging out. And I'm like, if I were there, I'd pepper spray them in the dick. Somebody pepper spray these motherfuckers in the dick. This is ridiculous. Like, why? that's predatory. Like the LGBT community, 5 or so years ago, we prided ourselves on wanting to stomp every racist and pedophile that came through. A lot of the LGBT community here is in the punk scene, which was very anti that because the punk scene got infiltrated by sexual assault and pedophiles and Nazis, and they were very, very, very strongly against that. And now it's like they want to look the other way because they don't want to be associated with it. But it's like you're making yourself more associated with it by pretending it doesn't exist.
The dog that didn't bark.
Basically, they're all a bunch of scared fucking puppies. It's what it is. They just gotta learn to not be scared, because even though I'm talking shit right now, I'd like people to go out there and counter this a little bit. Be like, come out with some towels and some flags and maybe cover up the dicks as they're riding by the kids and just be like, no, we're not. No. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Like, y'all can do it with people like Fred Sargent and Parker Posey, or Posey Parker, but like, go out there and counter these assholes, please. Like, not even violently, just there's not enough of a counter. Like, even a sign would be nice. And it's like the most pushback I'm seeing right now are from street preachers. I'm listening to street preachers talking about how homosexuality is wrong. And while I don't agree with that part of the message, I'm also kind of like, it's kind of nice that somebody's going out there and somebody has some common sense. And I don't have to agree with what they think about me, but thanks for going out there. Not for everybody, because there's been some really homophobic examples where I'm like, you're just going to start shit. But it seems like the Christian community is the more loving one that's trying to approach the LGBT community and being like, hey guys, something's going on with you. Have you heard about Jesus?
The current craziness has kind of resulted in a whole bunch of people behaving in ways that don't match the stereotypes. So there's a guy I know. He's gay. He's marrying a guy from Estonia. And he's a staunch Catholic. The guy he's marrying used to live in a seminary as a resident, not as a student. And they're getting married at a courthouse, not in church, but they're inviting a number of priests.
I love that. I kind of love it so much. Like, just the cultural blending is kind of nice. Like, the guy who's going to marry me and my husband, he's an ordained minister. He helped start the cannabis churches up in Canada. So he was one of the first people, like, we're going to come in this building, we're going to smoke pot and talk to God. And even when I was on more of the anti-religious kick and I was on more of the demonic dark shit at the time, I was still just like, this is the guy who's going to marry me, because I at least want a minister there to respect my family's traditions. Crazy as that sounds, cognitive dissonance maybe, but yeah, like, we don't have to live stereotypes. We can blend, we can mix, we can shake things up a little bit. It makes it fun.
So there's the old observation that the rich live conservatively and talk liberally. The poor live liberally and talk conservatively.
I can see that.
So there's the actual reality of how people act does not match a lot of political hyperbole, but the fact that there is a two general poles of direction tends to become fodder for all sorts of weird interpretations or disagreements or stereotypes. And quite often, if people just go around with their eyes closed or trying to deny reality for the sake of their own ego, they're going to have that stark bifurcation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like I say, you can't just fuck around with reality. But I had a thought and I lost it. It's nice to see the shakeup. It's nice to see the friction finally starting to burn a little bit with these people. I do worry about lashback, but I feel like The extremist elements, while I worry about them being powerful and formidable in the future, I also see more people dropping off right now, but I'm scared that this is like we've talked about before. A lot of people, this is translating to a full-blown Nazi takeover of America in their head right now. And that's going to lead a lot of people to a lot of wild places. But part of me is even starting to wonder how strong that could be. I don't know. We're just in another confusing time. It's been just such a weird fucking week. Like, on so many fronts. I don't know. What are some areas that you've seen some positive changes in? Like some pushback in places that you've really wanted to see pushback for a while that you feel like you're finally starting to see a little bit of change. Anything specific?
I think there's greater awareness that there's a lot of academic dishonesty going on that's causing policy debates to be, frankly, stupid on the left. Mm-hmm. So people in the left-wing policy sphere are sometimes quietly talking about, okay, we've got an academic fraud problem that's causing us to say stupid things.
Yeah, and more people coming out and being vocal about that too. It seems like, I mean, you can't just pay thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to go to school and then expect to be making all this money and tenure and have all these expectations of your future and then have it finally get to this point and then really want to maintain that. Like, this isn't worth maintaining anymore. I think that there's a lot of really brave professors that are speaking out. I mean, like, Brett Weinstein, Heather Heyer, they've been doing it for a while, but I feel like they've inspired a lot of other people to come out and speak as well. And not only that, but whenever the professors come to speak out or the people in the institutions, there's also this added element, especially with podcasting, to where they're like, okay, well, I clearly can't teach in a fucking classroom, so I'm just going to teach here instead. So it's like, as all this is happening, the education and the things that you should be learning in college and paying to get an education for are now becoming more publicly available. I feel like I wouldn't be listening to these lectures and seminars and have a lot of the knowledge I have unless I went to college. And now that we're in this kind of climate, it's kind of helping push this little neo-renaissance, I feel like, to where more people are getting educated on a lot of fronts.
I would agree with that. One of my favorite financial YouTubers is Patrick Boyle, and he initially started putting some of his class content on YouTube and speaking very awkwardly and stiffly, but he eventually transitioned to become a lot smoother of a speaker, and he went into making mini documentaries and giving informed financial commentary on news events. So while there was a lot of academic content on YouTube before, including one of my favorite classics courses taught by Professor Donald Kagan, the pandemic seems to have pushed a lot of existing academics and professionals into making their stuff more available on YouTube.
Yeah, and it's really nice. And to like you said, watch the evolution in these people. Like Blair White, early on in her YouTube, kind of awkward, kind of finicky, kind of soft-spoken. Blair White now, bad motherfucking bitch. And so many other people too. You just kind of see them leveling up and up and up. And podcasting and interviewing and doing this kind of stuff really opens up a lot of avenues. You know, I'm kind of starting to feel that too, where people are starting to reach out to me for crazy things that I'm like, had no idea I would be asked to do or look into or be a part of, like 4 or 5 months ago when I started this. Like, if someone out there is listening to this and you got something to say, chances are people want to hear it, and people have been pretty damn kind. I mean, I'm coming from the background that I'm coming from. Like 99% of the people have been, you go, keep doing it, find others, thank you for speaking out. And that can apply for doctors and cops and paramedics and professors and really just about anybody. Like, people's ears right now are open. You just gotta push through the algorithm, push through the censorship, and make yourself heard.
Yeah. Logarithmic annoyances are a constant headache, but I'm finding a lot of small YouTubers with good things to say finally being recommended to me. So
yeah, I've noticed that with the LGBT community. I've had like a lot of younger, like 20-something-year-olds. I've noticed they're speaking out. They're coming onto my homepage, and I'm just like, huh. Like, it's not just Blair White, Buck Angel, and Ariel Scarcella anymore. It's these dozens of kids, and it's these 30-year-olds, and then you see the elders are coming out and speaking out as well. It's like everyone's getting real inspired to be like, hey, I got something to say too. My story's just as weird and wacky. Because all of our stories are so fucking weird and wacky at this point. Like, nobody is coming with the same story. We all live in a fun house, is what it is. But everybody experiences the mirrors differently.
I couldn't remember. I suppose it depends on if on individual context, if it's a fun house or a horror house.
Yeah, I have to interpret my horror house into a fun house. Otherwise, it just becomes chaos. Like, a lot of my channel's super dark, and then I'm like, oh, you know what? It's been a little bit too much. We need a little bit of feel good right here. And that's a lot of it for me too, is because I'm like, oh shit, I'm getting in my feels again. Let's go up the roller coaster this time.
Have you thought about trying to maintain a balance between happy and serious topics?
Not in terms of topics, because I feel like whenever I'm having the conversation, things are just like flowing so organically that I'm having to learn how to get certain points or to structure that. But I've been trying to add more like comedy elements, or I'm working on a 4th of July video for tomorrow, which is like a headbanger heavy metal rock and roll song, and it's like get in the pit, raise hell, yada yada yada, but it's less geared at the violence and more so like Antifa taking someone who took a hammer to the concrete over to the police, or people standing out and waving American flags with the truck driving by. When it's like, get in the pit, we're throwing politicians in jail. And I don't know, whenever I'm doing my channel, I feel like I just have, I don't know if bipolar is the right word, but I'm always just constantly shifting between dark and light, happy. Yeah, it might be bipolar. That might be the word. That it kind of starts to show in my channel, but also a big part of the reason is I want to kind of show my psychology also, so that if somebody's kind of looking at me as an ex-Antifa member, as an ex-radical, they'll see what I'm presenting and be like, this is what this is. Like, I don't know, like someone commented on Joshua Slocum's channel one day, they're like, this is one of the biggest cases of emotional dysregulation I've ever seen. And I was just sitting there, and for a minute I was kind of offended, and then I'm like, nah, I might be a little bit emotionally dysregulated, because I feel like there's a benefit to psychologists and people who want to look in at that type of person to be like, this is why they're angry, this is why they're reactive, this is the things they cry to, this is the kind of things that they laugh at. And I guess that's kind of what I've been trying to push out in terms of content, and why it gets so wild, and why it can be the happiness extreme, and then it can all of a sudden be a guy getting set on fire.
I told a few people about your background, and they didn't seem to realize the connection between a bad family and social environment and people seeking belonging in extremist groups. And I think a lot of people don't know just how bad the social environment you grew up in. Because, oh God, this person did that and their aunt didn't even care? That doesn't register with a lot of people who had semi-functional neighborhood backgrounds.
Yeah. And that's a good thing. That's a blessing to come from that type of background. And I had that type of background until I decided, oh, I'm being abused, my parents are treating me bad, which wasn't happening. So they're like, okay, go live with your father who you've never lived with. And it was just horrible. And the thing with that is, this is where I related to the detransitioner and the trans story so much, is it's the exact same patterns that create a trans kid or a detransitioner create extremists. It's kind of like we're the two groups that were like one of the final dominoes that had to fall. Weakening education, weakening families, pushing drugs out, getting everybody medicated, big pharma abuses, getting by with whatever and everything, keeping the wars going without giving Americans any sign of slowing down. All those pieces led to trans kids and detransitioners and radicals, because these are the groups of kids in America doing the most radical things: chopping off your body parts, exiling your family, going out into the streets, public rages. A lot of what you see with radical behavior can be mirrored to the trans phenomena. And I think that was the point. Ultimately, is they needed the youth to snap. They needed the youth to have the right justifications, the right language, the right amount of anger and passion. And they basically turned my generation into a bunch of little wannabe Sith Lords. And that's why, like with a lot of the trans kids in the footage you see, they're so callous and they're so cynical and they're so dark or they're so edgy. And it's really just like, respect my pronouns or I'll throw you in a fucking meat grinder. And you're just like, Jesus Christ, like, calm down. I'm sorry someone called you she, her, but that I didn't fucking do it. You're threatening me through the camera. Like, that's what people in Antifa do. It's the exact same thing. The kids were the target. And now so much chaos has been created by us, by the trans kids, by the detransitioners, by the radicals, by these various different groups, that we can kind of see what causes it. But I mean, they're shutting down those doctors and professors that want to talk about what's going on in the family or who want to address these types of things. So now that we've been activated, their job is to push back and censor and to shut people up so that they don't see the connections. And so long as kids aren't going in, they're not talking with their family, or they're not talking with their grandmas or their friends, or, you know, friends they have for 2 months, and then they have another friend, and then they cry in 5 years because every friend they ever had went away and they never stay and no one loves them. And then that disconnects. So long as that communication isn't happening back and forth, it'll get worse and worse and worse and worse until we see in the United States what we're seeing in Canada. And they're going to be like, oh, you joined Antifa 10 years ago and you're depressed. Have you considered a suicide pod? And then they'll really shut people the fuck up. So all education, family, all this shit, we were the generation that was going to be the target, and the next generation is going to get it worse. And if we don't stop it, the next generation is going to get worse. And eventually, there's just not going to be any more generations if we let it get this bad. Like, people want to think that everything's done in the sake of compassion. Like, do you know how MAIDS works up in Canada, how the actual medical process works?
Initially, there was supposed to be review by multiple doctors. That was gotten away with. Previously, it was only supposed to be for certain medical conditions. Then that got broadened. Previously, it used to be for adults only. I don't know if they finally pushed this through, but there's talk of mature minors. And there was a report a few years ago about how much MAID, that is medically assisted letting people kill themselves, could save the government.
Yeah, millions. The first year, I think it was like 8.6 million, and then it was doubling, and then it was tripling because you had less patients to take care of at that point, so you don't have to spend thousands of dollars on pills. And you're completely right in that. And I think there was pushback on the minor issue. I was listening to a woman on Jordan Peterson before we talking about it, and I think that they moved it from 12 to 17. But the actual process, they paralyze you, so you can't scream, you can't struggle, and the drugs can't say no. If your parents try to come in and stop you, they will be arrested by the federal government and deemed terrorist. If the pill takes you 10 to 15 hours to kill you, the medicine they administer, you're drowning for 10 to 15 hours, unable to move. Your body is filling with liquid. The way she described it is you are being waterboarded to death. That's what Trudeau wants to do to kids. That's what Biden wants to do to kids. That's what these motherfuckers are planning. They want us to drown to death in our fucking sorrow.
And I talked to an advocate of assisted suicide from, I can't remember if it was Seattle or Portland. And his argument was that it wasn't going to be a slippery slope. It wouldn't become as radical as Canada.
Just never believe that argument at this point.
Right.
Like, they have one place here in Oregon, and I didn't hear about it until it came up in a fucking commercial about it, as my friend who I was dealing with, who had just had a suicide attempt, was sitting on the fucking couch. I'd never gotten up so quick to turn off the TV in my fucking life. I was like, he can't know about this. Like, that's scary as shit.
And
like,
when you can kill the people who are unwell, that destroys the incentive to make them well. So, euthanasia has basically been described as putting other people out of your misery.
Yeah. And I get there's cases where, you know, I feel like a lot of people have had their grandparents suffering, wanting to die on their last breath, and it's like, okay, like, this kind of feels like we should at this point. But those are such extreme cases, like gender dysphoria. Very, very extreme cases. Like, and it's all done in the name of compassion, just like the Nazis, just like the Soviets. They're doing it because they love you.
I moved that book. I had a copy of The Nazi Doctors. So there's a guy who did the seminal work on Chinese brainwashing during Mao's time. He also studied the Nazi doctors and their excuses for what they did.
What were their excuses?
For euthanasia, that the people were in pain or that their suffering was impacting their family and therefore putting them out of their misery would make their family better off, and then they stopped thinking about the individual and started thinking of society. So your duty is to society, not your patient. And once people think like that, there's nothing that they won't do so long as they can justify it on the basis of it makes society better.
And I mean, minus them saying that part publicly of it'll make your family life easier, that's what they're putting in the kids' heads. That's what they think. My family and friends would be better off without me. So they don't need to say that part. And simultaneously, the number one target of this in Canada has been Native youth. It's been the Indigenous people. And simultaneously... Yeah, so Benjamin Boyce, for anyone out there, did a fantastic interview with a girl who, I hope she didn't go through with it, but at the time of the interview, she said, I'm going through with the MAID process, and I want to look the doctor in the eye and say, how do you unsterilize the Indian? Because she was sterilized through the transitionary process. And this poor thing is there with her friend who's wanting to talk her out of it on the panel, and it was so fucking dark, dude. But she was listing out the stats, and I mean, what do we have simultaneously? They're lying about mass graves. So they're like, look over here. Don't look over here. We're going to make you think there's a tragedy right here that's a liberal-led tragedy, but we're not going to pay attention to this because it's a conservative-focused tragedy. And it's been working with a lot of people. And yeah, they're fucking killing the natives in front of us and saying we need to save the natives. And a lot of those kids too, the numbers as far as that, the native kids are getting trans like that too, because we have to get it into the impoverished areas. We have to get it into the native areas. We have to get it into the LGBT areas because those are the most oppressed. You know, I started watching this show yesterday called The Tattooist of Auschwitz, and there's a scene where he's going on top of the barnyard and he finally sees the concentration camp he's been let into, and they put him to work building the fucking barns. And he gets to the top of it and he looks around and there's just dozens and they're spread across and there's just Jewish people working on them. And he looks over at the guy and he's just like, there's so many. And the guy just looks at him. He's like, it's work. Do your job. And then he looks over and he sees the trucks coming through and they're just piles of bodies in the back of the trucks with the blankets back. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. We're saying we're just here to work. We're just here to get by. We're just here to make what's ours. We're just here to not make any trouble. Hopefully we don't wind up in the barns or the body pile. That is exactly what's happening. That's not hyperbolic, and that's not an exaggeration anymore. And it scares the shit out of me.
As it should.
But I think we can beat it. But it's going to take motherfuckers running their mouths. It's going to take someone listening to this right now who's just as pissed off as you and I to go set up a free YouTube account, or to free Spotify, or to find a place to blog, or to find a place to have their voice heard, because they're coming after our freedom of speech. Use that shit as hard as you fucking can right now. And when they take it away from you, use it anyways and say, fuck you. Because we're not going into the camps. And we can't kill kids anymore. This is killing kids. Supporting the idea of trans kids is fucking murdering kids. All this LGBTQ plus shit, I'm sorry, after the T, it's fucking cut off. There is no fucking Q plus. The only other letter I'll be willing to add in there is a motherfucking D for the people we fucked over. That's the only expansion I'm going to give it, because they don't even talk about gender identity in the fucking schools anymore as being a part of gender. It's just self-identification, whatever you identify as. Okay, so what if Demon Self wants to go kill themselves tomorrow, and the fucking counselor says, well, Demon Self has been feeling really bad lately, and Demon Self has been having problems at home, and Demon Self wants me to sign off on this form saying that Demon Self is depressed, and Demon Self's going to take this fucking form to the government and get fucking axed. This is retarded. This is beyond retarded. It's fucking evil. Retarded is a fucking understatement. This is immoral. It's unethical. As far as I'm concerned, the devil is alive on earth, and we're just all fucking bent over kissing his fucking ass.
I will say I struggled with the Christian concept of demons until about the past year.
And there's been a lot of people saying that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, I know other people have been thinking about this. Is so illogical. It takes demonic influence to believe this stuff. Oh, God.
And I mean, let's be real. We're looking at shit that's interdimensional, supernatural, spiritual. So this is a trip. The Las Vegas alien story, right? Where the cop, you see the footage. So it starts, there's a cop and there's a body cam, and he's sitting in the car, and there's a green comet that flashes out of the sky, and it seems to land in a nearby neighborhood, right? So after that, he goes to a house, and there's these Mexicans at the house, and they're freaking out, and they're like, it's in the backyard, it's in the backyard. The video's horrible. I can't really see the beings standing there. Quite frankly, I've looked as hard as I can, but their reactions are they're freaking out. Some person's walking over with a bat or a gun. They're all describing it the same. They're like, something crashed nearby, and then they came into our backyard, and we're scared as shit. Well, it was, I think, a couple months ago that they had the media come back to the house. They've been having exorcists, and they've been having priests come over because shit hasn't been stopping. Shit's been flinging off their walls. Crosses have been turned upside down in the home. The Bible would pick itself up, they said, and would flip the pages. And this is happening on a house that has a lot of media focus. Plasma orbs dancing around in front of all these fucking ring lights. There's some interdimensional spiritual shit happening right now that was foretold by many different religions, many different theologies, and it's beginning, I believe, to blend into our psyche. I mean, I believe the fucking CIA is in our fucking dreams and our psychedelic trips right now, because that's what it is. The devil taking over heaven, taking over consciousness in the spiritual realms and interdimensional space, something that he couldn't do because mankind just wasn't there yet. That's why we were dependent upon. That's what the 666 is about. And now we're creating a beast system to where you won't be able to sell or purchase or work unless you have a fucking mark or you're in this fucking global social credit system. Yeah, the Bible told us about this shit. It's so horrifying. But I also think that means that we need to look at it through the perspective of that means that there's something greater and potentially just as evil, or it's just as good as this is just as evil. I at least believe that.
I am skeptical of the whole CIA can enter dreams stuff and the like, but we are facing a time of incredible moral evil. And I think anytime we are faced with great evil, we are faced with the opportunity to challenge it. There are many men of courage who live their life doing nothing particularly dramatic because in those times that was not called for. But now this is a time in which courage is called for. And you can have the great courage of when one type of action is called for, and you can have great courage when another kind of action is called for. Billboard Chris is probably displaying courage that would have been storming the beaches in Normandy in a different era. But now he does what is necessary and faces threats, and it takes courage to do that.
100%. And they can be done in so many ways, except podcasting, books, showing up to these protests, art, painting, murals, music, movies. Like, we have an opportunity to turn this into a renaissance instead of a war. Like, we have, I mean, the amount of AI, oh my God, audiobooks and AI, playing video games with AI modded voices, AI, we have infinite potential at our fingertips right now. And if we can just muster the courage to use it and to ask ourselves, how do we use this responsibly? And we could do a lot. Humanity has never had this many tools at our disposal. And it's a pretty goddamn incredible thing.
Agreed. This is old, but some guy developed a Skyrim mod using ChatGPT to get dialogue generated so the NPCs wouldn't be boring and saying the same thing all the time.
Yeah, they've been doing it for AI movements too. So now they'll just start breaking out into a dance, or they'll run around, or they'll jump on a ledge they couldn't jump before for a lot of different games. It's getting so fucking cool. But I think another thing that scares me with that, though, AI ethics. We gotta figure out AI ethics, because I know there's not a single damn high school in this country that probably has an AI ethics class, and that's not great.
Well, the trouble is academic ethicists tend to either be frauds who are basically parroting with whatever the industry wants them to say, or they tend to be egotists who are trying to push excuses for the stuff they want to do.
I think it needs to be approached from a less bureaucratic perspective. I think, like, can meditation, can looking at this thing like another living organism or something that bounces energy back and forth off you, I think we need to work on, like, understanding a symbiotic relationship behind it. It's kind of like I always say with Star Wars. Everyone was such a dick to the droids. That's one of the things I feel Disney did right, to where they're like, let's humanize these droids a little bit. They're always there for the heroes, and they're always just doing their best. And C-3PO's getting told to shut the fuck up, even though he knows more than anybody. You know, we need to kind of get society on board of, like, let's appreciate these things. That way we don't taint these things. Because there's also sometimes I see some AI projects where I'm just like, okay, the one time I'll ever go into an AI project that I feel is unethical is I'll turn on the AI Family Guy. It'll be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, of people submitting prompts to ChatGPT or whatever AI they're using, and there's these, like, crude 3D Family Guy models walking around, and it could be like Stewie beats Lois across with a pan wearing a Batman suit, and it'll turn a whole skit into that, or Quagmire sexually harasses the neighbor, or Peter goes to Columbine. It could be literally anything. But I do occasionally tune in because I do kind of, like, wonder how depraved it's getting. But I'm worried that if that becomes more normal than the alternative, then we're walking ourselves into a very, very dark world.
Are you familiar with Warhammer 40,000?
I've been wanting to get into it. They had one of those games that was like kind of Empire at War RPG style. I've been wanting to try it, but I haven't actually gotten into it yet.
Well, the lore, I mean, the company is shady as heck, but the lore is fascinating. And the irony is that the scale is probably closer to anything realistic than a lot of science fiction authors want to write.
Yeah, the eras are fucking. I was looking at a little bit of that, just the races and the kingdoms and the timeline, and I was just like, I don't know where to start with this. Kind of like whenever I try to bring people into Star Wars, they have the same look. They're like,
Well, Warhammer 40,000 has a huge amount of material, but it is condensed by a number of people online. Luton is one of the best lore masters in that he can produce an hour-long video that explains the concept and explains it clearly for outsiders.
God bless those people.
But one of the great concepts in Warhammer is Slanesh. The Eldar, this great species of space elves, brilliant, psychic, amazing technology, and their ability to resuscitate themselves means that they got up to increasingly violent and depraved pleasures, and eventually it became kind of a black hole of depravity that birthed a demon god.
It makes me think of the psychedelic gesture entity phenomena that people see, like famously Joe Rogan has seen, because they're creatures that, you know, they're apparently machinists. They work with these interdimensional cogs, machines that know the inner workings, and they're super, super mischievous. And if things go wrong, things can turn very dark very quickly. I wonder if Warhammer ever took any inspiration from those types of stories, or if there's any
Those sorts
connection.
of stories are common in almost every culture. But in Warhammer 40,000, Tzeent is the god of magic and trickery.
Damn. So yep, the deception, the trickery. I just love it. The reptilian races in there are pretty cool too. What were they called?
Reptilians in Warhammer?
Yeah, it was like a reptilian-like race that looked like kind of alien-like.
There were the Tau, which is kind of supposed to be a modernist, compassionate, although there's intimations that they rely heavily on mind control race. There's yeah, that's probably the closest thing to what you're talking about. There's Gene Stealers, which is kind of the Alien, you know, the Alien series.
Yeah.
Basically copying that all-devouring biological monstrosities, and they can create their own infiltrators to take over societies. So you had a whole bunch of pop culture creativity in the 80s, ranging from great optimism to great paranoia to, oh God, crime is horrible, Judge Dredd, I am the law, with it, and basically copying that for Warhammer. So Warhammer basically stole a whole lot of concepts from 1980s pop culture and turned it into a semi-coherent setting.
I'm gonna have to check out that YouTuber after this. You said his name was Luton?
Yes.
This is gonna be fun. I need a new rabbit hole.
Well, there's plenty of material there.
I bet the fan films are dope too. Fan films that people have been making lately for all sorts of types of different things. It's getting so real.
Well, Games Workshop is kind of a scummy company. So one of the most popular fan projects in years was the Astartes animation, which was beautiful animation work. And it got millions of views. And then they basically pressured the guy into signing a contract with with Warhammer Games Workshop's own streaming service, which was terrible.
Damn. It's kind of like, I think it might have been 343. I think Bungie was working them before, but when 343 got involved with Red versus Blue, then the quality of Red versus Blue started to go down. And like, yeah, just going after fan projects. Did you ever watch the old R-rated Power Rangers fan film? Oh, it was so good. It had the girl who played Starbuck in it from Battlestar Galactica. She was the Pink Ranger. And it was really brutal, but the new Power Ranger movie was about to come out. So they shut it down, and then it didn't resurface till way later. But it just sucks whenever you see someone spend thousands of dollars on a project and it just looks like it beats anything out of Hollywood, and then they just come out and swat it like a fly. It's such a dick move.
I mean, it's a great universe. Lots of insightful commentary and lots of dumb commentary too. But it's got all that contrast that it takes to tell a great story and to really think through stuff in a way you didn't before. And it's run by a company that's frankly not very nice.
Yeah. I feel like all these companies are dog shit now. I'm thinking you've even mentioned it before, but with the D&D company, I've heard that from a couple other people.
Yes.
Like,
Grand
this is just
Wizards of the
drama.
Coast.
What's a little more specificity? Yeah, there we go. On that issue, because I know kind of like a little bit. I know it's gotten high into the DEI woke shit. I know they're trying to get rid of trolls or switch those around because they're racist. I know there's a lot of racism and homophobia and transphobia accusations going all over the place.
They claimed that orcs were based on black people and then made them Mexican.
It's like Ralphie May said, sometimes you're just reaching into your own racist little heart. Like the person who tried to convince me that Watto was a Jew and is like, look, he's money hungry and he has the big nose and he has the wisp on his chin. And I'm just like, buddy, you're the one making this racist right now. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you on this one, but I don't think that's what George Lucas had in mind. And then they try to be like, no, I read it online somewhere. I couldn't find a single article about it. I was like, you just fucking made that up. I know you just made that up. And that's the difference between people now and back then, is because 20 years ago, it would have just been some guy being crude in a crowd being like, haha, he's like a Jew, ha ha. And someone being like, oh, knock it off. And now it's just kind of that, but instead of making a joke about it, justifying your perception of it and trying to make it everybody else's fucking problem. It's so weird.
Well, people have found that they have a way to gain social power by accusing other people's hobbies of being horrible for some reason.
And I get that a lot with just listening to podcasts. How could you listen to that guy? How could you listen to that? How could you listen to the words coming out of his mouth? It's like, I don't know, because I'm interested in hearing them, because not every single word that goes through my head that I'm listening to is something that I'm accepting as fact. Like, if that's people's main filtration process, is you can only take in that which you believe to be true, Jesus fucking Christ. And I mean, it's no mystery that's been what's happening, but with something as simple as podcasts, someone walking in and being like, I don't like that position on the police, or I don't like that position on transgender issues, it's like, okay, well, you're just passing through anyway. Just kind of walk by then, because I'm going to keep watching this shit. Don't know what to tell you. I've kind of become a dick with it, to where I'm like, I'm going to do me, and if you don't like me doing me, go over there. Just go over there. It's so weird. It's bully behavior. We got to get back to calling these people fucking bullies.
Well, I think a lot of people stopped being able to recognize bullying when it was nonviolent.
Mm-hmm. Cluster B. We're all in an abusive household and we don't know that daddy's beating our ass. Or mommy in this case. It's a very feminine form of control. Because it's not forceful, It's not people beating your ass with a hammer or a baton. It's people beating you down psychologically and verbally and conniving and gossiping behind your back. To put it crudely, it's bitch shit.
Beating you with your own values, beating you with your own emotions, beating you with your own fears. Yeah,
and them hoping in their doing that you'll solve those things for them. That something that you're gonna do is magically gonna fix everything for them. And what always sucks too is like the people that have problem me podcasting, a couple of family members. It's like, I don't want to talk about that. I want to live in my bubble. I can't possibly be confronted with that information until something happens in their own life, and then they know that I'm the guy who knows this type of shit. and they're like, can you explain to me what's happening? And it's like, can I? Fucking can I? Will I be demonized for this shit? Because I'd love to tell you all about it, but I clearly haven't fucking been able to in the past, and it's getting real fucking annoying. But, and I try not to walk away in those moments because we should always be willing to have the conversation, but it's just so fucking irritating that people can't see the hypocrisy in that you're going to demonize someone as a know-it-all who spends too much time reading or in podcasts, and then the next second be like, oh, but this guy can help me out because he knows this shit. Kind of tired of being that guy.
That used to be called doublethink.
Yeah.
Maintaining two contradictory positions at the same time without recognizing the contradiction.
Just full-blown cognitive dissonance, which it's not like I don't understand it. I've been there at such a heavy point in my time in my life as well that I have to think back and study it and really meditate on it and think about it. And then I got to try not to get angry in those moments too, because I know I was in it for so many years and I'm like, it's not going to last for everybody. But it can be a real test of patience with people lately, to where it's just like, y'all don't even know the fucking nukes are pointing at us. And you're hyped up over all this superficial shit. You're fucking bullying each other nonstop. Your lives are all falling apart because you can't look inward. I'm thinking of so many goddamn people right now, dude, to where it's just like, the kind of guy who has to be everybody's therapist, essentially, because I am willing to talk to people, that the things people want therapy for lately as compared to 5 years ago, is like Dr. Phil says, is very fucking different. Like, things have changed to the extent to where it's very, very hard to navigate certain people sometimes. And I feel like that number's like growing smaller, but the people that are still hanging onto their bubble, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be that therapy was an easy way to make money off of the worried well, but increasingly it seems like people's lives have been just collapsing. And they've isolated themselves from other people so much that they don't know how to go about solving problems that would have been trivial a generation ago.
Or I've seen this happen a lot too, where they have the problem solved and they know exactly what's happening, and they'll explain to you the problem, and they'll explain to you exactly what's happening. And then you just watch it happen over and over and over. Like, yeah, I know he's a piece of shit and he's using me and he's robbing me and he's lying about drugs and he's doing this. And I'm going to do something about it. Next day, can you come over for dinner? That type of shit, to where these people are on such crazy repetitious cycles. The trauma bonds, dude. Trauma bonding like a motherfucker. I'm seeing that with so many different people. The sense of, well, this is as good as it's going to get. I'll never have it better. I've had it worse. Very prevalent.
Usually I've encountered that in domestic situations. But for you, are you just encountering it in domestic situations or elsewhere?
Largely in what I'm thinking about now, but I can certainly interpret it a lot of other places elsewhere. I mean, you're seeing it in the workplace. People can't talk to their boss. Man, I know he's stealing my money. I know he's fucking me over on hours. I know he fucking did this. I know he's using drugs. I know this. Well, what are you bitching to me for? Like, people who, they just want to live in the trauma. They don't want to solve the trauma, because then there's no story to be had, because what comes after the pain? I don't know, because I just jump around from pain to pain, so I may as well just stick with this pain because it's all about the devil you know. Be that work, be it a coworker, a boss, a relationship, just anything.
Oh, okay, so they found a way to build their ego on suffering. Why haven't they been able to build their ego on accomplishment?
I think for a lot of people, and I noticed it in the way, because I've finally gotten to a point where I can finally pat myself on the back a little bit, tell myself that my drawing's not bullshit, or that I did a really good podcast, or I had a really good conversation, or that I did really good at work. I'm noticing now that I've like tried to like start patting myself on the back a little bit, and like it's something that happens like once every 2 weeks, I'll say something nice about myself in passing. It's not like I'm doing this every day on some narcissistic level. But people just kind of sometimes will look at you in a kind of way like with the podcasting, like it's just a stupid little thing and you shouldn't be proud of that. Or
Well,
I'm trying to figure out a way to explain it, but sorry, go ahead.
okay, I'll say something. Your hanging tree video, the hanging tree by Jennifer Lawrence, music video, the coordination between the footage and the music was fantastic.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Like, it feels good to do, and it's why a lot of those comments don't bother me so much, but
Everybody's got a potential skill. And people can lean into it or they can avoid it.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to lean. Like, I'm not even trying to lean at this point. I just wake up and go to the computer naturally at this point. Like, quite frankly, I'm hoping to be able to take this into tattooing and be able to do tattooing on a daily basis like this and just kind of come back to this a little less. But I've got a drive like I've never had before. I feel more confident. I feel more positive. You wouldn't think it looking at my YouTube channel, but I think about the world in a way less dark way. And that's because a lot of times when I'm thinking about the world in a dark way, I can just go and click on one of those videos and just, like the hanging tree video, I've had a good cry over it a couple times because I was listening to that song, playing it on the speakers when we were marching against the police. It wasn't just like I love this movie and I love this song. It's like I was crying to that in the streets and other people were crying to it with me. So I want to take that and be like, let's reframe this a little bit. Let's not put the part where they murdered a man that they say murdered 3 on the George Floyd part, because I don't believe that and a lot of other people don't. Let's put that on the part that says strange things have happened here, because weird shit's fucking happening here. Like, we got to take our pain and our stories and our sorrows and what we've learned, and we got to reinterpret it for the modern moment and be like, okay, what did this mean and how did it get us here? Because we're all in a weird place.
Have you played Mass Effect 2?
I'm not sure if I played 1 or 2. I played an hour or 2 of one of them where you're going around on the Galactic Federation city ship.
That sounds like 2.
Okay. Then yeah, a little bit.
I can't remember his name. The guy, the soldier. His quest involves a father who was abusive, but he didn't realize it. And the moment of discovery and of writing what his father had done wrong and recognizing what was going on is, I think, a powerful story. And you can tell whoever wrote that either was or had read work by people who had experienced that.
That's important. Like I need that type of shit. There's a lot of people, like there's a lot of women that are radicalized, to be sure, but a lot of this is a young male problem, and a lot of it comes from fatherlessness. And that is kind of the redemptive way to go about it, is to recognize the trauma and to reset the patterns, because otherwise it's just going to be put onto the next and the next and the next.
Be a good father even if you didn't have one.
Yep. I think a lot of people need to hear that. And it's nice too. I have a buddy right now who I'll joke with him and I'll be like, you fucking straights, you guys can just accidentally have kids left and right. This is fucking bullshit. But I've just been watching the change in him, ever since he learned he was going to be having a kid. And that's such a magical thing to watch. It changes people, but I don't think a lot of bad fathers out there realize that in the same way they're changed in that moment when they realize that kid's coming into their life, they don't expect their kids to have an equal feeling of them not being there. And in my father's case, he wants to be like, your mom was a whore and she ran off on me and she was this and that. No, you were locked in the brig of the Navy ship, because I was born in Portsmouth Naval Base. He was locked in the brig because he would pick fights with his fucking officers. He was throwing uniforms into the sea. Every single person who wronged him had to come back to them fucking somebody he didn't want them to fuck. And you know, when I kind of like, I talked to him a few months ago after getting sober and tried to reconnect to hash things out, it just kind of went back to that, well, your mom's a whore and you don't know your fucking history. And it's just like, man, you're just never gonna get that other people have emotions too, that other people experience just as powerful life events. Like, I just felt what he felt, you know, knowing a child was going to come into this world. Well, I know that in the opposite direction. I know what it's like to have a father ripped out of your fucking life and it be his fault. And a lot of these kids just don't know how to deal with it. Most people in Antifa have parental issues. They don't talk to their family. They've exiled them. They're all racist. They're all transphobic. Everyone here's a fucking runaway. So whenever you run away and you realize, oh, these people come from transphobic, homophobic, racist backgrounds too, why talk to your family when you got this new family? And then, you know, it changed from just being about my dad to other people. Then I wasn't talking to my grandma or my aunt or my uncle or his wife or my cousins. And they all do it. And the trans kids are doing it. And you see the government facilitating it with the trans kids being like, okay, well, we're going to pay for your bus ticket to get to your new family now. It's real sad.
I mean, I can kind of understand it, but there's a vital thing that people need: sanity checking. We all have ideas. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. We need to know which ones are good and which ones are bad. And asking for other people's input is a way to know, is this good or bad? Well, if your parents are bad, then that process is going to be messed up. But also, if there's a group that benefits by having dysfunctional recruits, they're also going to be like that.
And I'll give an example too of it going in the other direction, because like I'm seeing this with my aunt right now, and I love my aunt to death, but I haven't talked to her in about a year or two. You know, I got a picture of her right now, right here with me as a little kid. I was a baby, but you know, she softened the blow on coming out to my family. She came out as a lesbian years before I ever came out as gay, so a lot of the rage, a lot of the bullshit got taken out on her. But she's gotten to a point now to where it's essentially kind of just abusing my grandmother, taking these stories of her past and being like, oh, things were hard when I was a kid, and oh, we had all these fights. And now actively raging out at her mother, who lives hours and hours away, driving everyone in the way in the family, you know, driving me away. Because anyone who tries to keep a person like that in check and prevent facts to, they can't accept it. Not with like the certain levels of narcissism we're seeing right now. Because like, this is a woman who will go off on my grandma being homophobic, right? Well, what's my aunt saying when we're talking about gay shit? I'm fucking tired of these goddamn faggots, and I never fucking signed off on taking the rainbow away from God, and it makes me look like fucking shit as a lesbian. She's a very, very colorful woman. And I'm kind of in a weird way saying the same stuff, just less intense, you know? But then my grandma will tell her something like, hey, you know, there's just a lot of egregious gay sex happening on the television, and it is just not comfortable. And this is what I think about it. But my aunt, being the kind of woman she is, saying all that type of shit, will turn around and tell me, your grandmother is a homophobe. She cannot accept gay people. She went off on me and started going off about gay sex like she's never had sex before as a straight woman. And then it's like she becomes a super liberal all of a sudden. And a lot of that I look at and I'm just like, you're both on the same fucking page. What the fuck? But it's just that trauma and that unwillingness to kind of, you know, on her end as a daughter, want to go back and heal. Like, as much as I didn't want to, I had to go back and reinitiate contact with my dad sober, because I at least had to know, as a sober individual, was it as bad as I thought? Did those things actually happen? And then the answer was yes, and then some. Here's a bunch of other traumas you forgot. And it's like, oh shit, well, at least I can deal with that now. The new move is to not deal with that, to latch onto other people, to leech off of welfare and other people's resources, to not keep yourself in check, to isolate every single person around you, to never look at your own flaws, because then you'd have to change. Like, your mother wouldn't have to change, the world wouldn't have to change. Like, as much as I want the government to change, I'm more concerned about myself changing, because I'm fucking me. Like, I need to fix me. And if I can fix me, then maybe we can help fix the government. And that'll be nice. But everyone wants to skip steps. And the first step seems to kind of be like what Jordan Peterson says. You have to clean up your room. You have to be willing to look at yourself first before going out and taking on the world. And people don't like that. They don't like to be psychoanalyzed, which just means giving them a tip. Like, hey, don't be such a dick.
That makes
sense.
I mean, it's not the first time this has happened. There were a lot of dysfunctional people that latched on to grand government projects in the 1920s and 30s. And they had very dysfunctional family backgrounds. Jerome Frank was one of the leaders in the legal realist school of legal interpretation in the 1920s.
So were some of the... Oh, good.
And there were a lot of radical statements made about law and science by him and others. And he was somewhat eventually very open about his bad relationship with his father. But rather than focus on, okay, how can I make sure that the statements I make that impact other people are rational and trustworthy, he decided to start in on making wild statements, and gradually came to recognize his family background as skewing his judgment, rather than look at his family and then extrapolate onto society.
What were some of his statements, and how did they coordinate with what he was proposing?
A lot of ideas like there is no predictability in law. Law is arbitrary, is the arbitrary will of the judge, stuff like that.
Well, that's not great.
I mean, when you actually look at how each individual case is resolved, it's, to some extent, it does feel kind of random. But that's, do you follow this position or that position? But the United States legal system in the 1920s and 30s was a heck of a lot less random than Nazi Germany or fascist Italy. And that was a big wake-up call for a lot of academics. Oh, you complain that the American society is arbitrary and you don't believe in the institutions? Well, what about these societies that are avowedly tyrannical?
So am I interpreting right in saying you're like, it kind of opened the doorway to that kind of thought process into being like, let's tinker a little bit?
They realized that their criticism of the traditional American legal system was misguided when they realized that there were actually arbitrary and tyrannical governments out there.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Once they saw that, they're like, oh shit, that's what we're proposing.
So there's a whole history of American administrative law where there was the idea of, oh, look at what Mussolini did. He made the trains run on time. Let's copy that. The National Recovery Act, it included translation errors. It was basically a straight copy of Mussolini's Empowerment Act with translation errors included.
I bet the translation errors made for some technical difficulties.
Not really.
No. I was thinking of it in terms of like when the gender activists go in and they just add the word gender, how that one word just rewrites fucking everything. I imagine a mistranslation would mess up a few things in a different language.
Surprisingly little, because the mistranslation wasn't about critical stuff in that act. But eventually, people got so scared of what they saw happening in fascist Italy and Nazi Germany that there was more pushback against the idea of the president as a commander of all the country. They pushed back against the idea of central economic planning and political control.
Mm-hmm.
So the Administrative Procedures Act was considered prior to World War II, but got implemented after World War II.
Kind of when they had the grounds for ammunition afterwards to be like, see, it's probably not the greatest idea.
Right. And there's a very influential series of articles, Hobbes, Holmes, and Hitler, arguing that the notion that we need a strong ruler to quash rebellion so that ordinary people can at least survive, Hobbes's position, led to the totalitarian ideologies of Hitler and Mussolini. And Holmes was a famous progressive Supreme Court justice who was seen as pushing towards that. Not necessarily fairly, but misguided polemic is not a new thing.
God, it's crazy to see how all those things evolve from too. Because a lot of people just want to think people like Hitler and Mussolini just came up with these grand ideas, and it's like, no, everybody takes inspiration from somewhere.
Yeah. And I have another book, French Intellectual Fascism. The whole idea of a central planned state full of experts running everything was adopted by a lot of sometimes creative people who thought that was a great way to make life better for everybody. Whether it was in the guise of a king or in the guise of a party-selected dictator or whatnot, they thought that central planning would make everything better.
So I got a question for you, because you're probably more well-versed than me, because up until the last year or two, I kind of always looked at the French protesters and I was like, yeah, look at them go. And then I kind of realized I didn't know which sides were who for the most part, unless the farmers came out. So I kind of was just like, I shouldn't cheer on things I don't know. But the big media headline right now is far right pushing forward in the French election. Is this far right in the sense of actual far right, or is this far right in the sense of the farmers being far right? Or is it like a hand-in-hand thing? Because I'm trying to understand it, and I'm just like,
yes and no.
Yeah.
It's
like
not a
most things.
satisfying answer, but it's basically yes and no. The party that is called far right had actually had some very racist views back in the 1980s and 90s. And the daughter was family with a horrible collaborator. So not only were the views formally espoused by that party considered to be bad, there was a family background of people who had been, the children of people who had been collaborators in that party, leading to people to suspect that it was a cover for even worse views. However, by the 2000s, they seem to have calmed down and become less violent and stupid. Because I mean, if you look up the British National Party, they started, I can't remember what they were called, British National Front or whatever. There were a bunch of annoying skinheads going out and trying to beat up immigrants. That's bad. And you had those same kinds of people in France. Mm-hmm. And they seem to have basically been suppressed enough that that party eventually became more respectable acting. Were there racists in there? Absolutely. But because of the way the French government messed up integration and law enforcement, a lot of people who were just sick of the rampant crime and the double standards and the abuses by non-ethnic French communities ended up going towards that party because they thought they were the only ones who kept on complaining. And because things are so out of control in France and have been for decades, the party that could be trusted to be anti-immigration is viewed as the only honest party left, even though, frankly, the leaders probably are kind of dumb. But they had far-right beginnings, but so many of the people gravitating towards it and have joining it for years now are not far-right in terms of views or mindset. They're just ordinary people who are scared.
The whole time you're saying that, I'm thinking of the Jan 6 crowd, to where it's like, yeah, there's going to be a couple of super far right figures, and there's going to be a couple Nazis in there, because of course there would be. But when you start to look at the vast majority of people, a lot of immigrants, a lot of business owners, a lot of average Americans who a couple years before wouldn't be caught dead doing something like that. The same level of disenfranchisement, but with the same kind of blending, because unpopular opinion, I think even Nazis want freedom to be Nazis. That just kind of seems to be the truth of things. If Russia or China were to come over to America, per se, they would be hunting down the white supremacists first. And I'm not a fan of white supremacy. I'm not condoning Nazis. But if we're going to live in a place where we're all on equal footing and we're all allowed to have our freedom and views and expressions, well, the Nazis are going to naturally gravitate towards the side that says we're going to offer you more freedom to do what you're going to do. And I think that number is shrinking, even though they are trying to increase it. But yeah, I'm just trying to look at it as nuanced as possible, because I hear far right anymore and I'm just like, yeah, sure. But also I'm kind of worried that one of these days I'm going to be like, yeah, sure. And it's actually going to be far right, because they've made it so goddamn convoluted, even for somebody like me.
And it's complicated because I'm seeing views expressed now that very definitely would have been considered far right in the 1990s. And I'm also seeing a lot of people who are expressing views that would be considered very left-wing in the 1990s, smeared as far right. So there are people whom I consider to be actually far right by 1990s terms who are having a recruiting bonanza because of the loss of trust in social institutions and the loss of belief in peaceful coexistence because of the breakdown of social institutions.
I imagine in Europe it's way worse than America. I feel like America, we still have a sense of delusion, but Europe right now, yeah, that's got to be scaring the fuck out of these white supremacists. And I mean, it would scare the fuck out of anybody, which is why that's happening.
When I've been looking at white supremacist chatter, they seem really enthused by what's going on in Europe because they see the shift towards right-wing parties as proof that they will eventually win. If they can emphasize racial consciousness even more, they can have their white utopia, yada, yada, yada. Mm-hmm. So it's a delicate balance. Can ordinary voters have a government that establishes law and order, respects the view of current citizens, and doesn't degenerate into stupid, fanatical racial politics? And the white supremacists are trying to push it towards stupid racial politics, and the left is trying to push it into stupid racial politics. I have a quiet conspiracy theory, which I fuck it.
Say, you know what channel you're on?
Yeah. The biggest factor in, I sometimes speculate, and I'm not saying this is a theory I fully believe, but all this stupid DEI and discrimination on the basis of stupid racial ideology, was that just a plot in order to make people more racist in the hopes of rebuilding white supremacy?
Yes and no. This is the way, at least in my interpretation, I'm not going to answer for sure like I know everything on the planet. I think that what happened is you had Russia and you had the USSR. They launched their campaign that Yuri Bezmenov talks about, the demoralization, all that shit. I think it would probably became public knowledge prior in some form or fashion, but at the very least, whenever someone opened their mouth about it, then there was probably organizations like, I don't know, the Muslim Brotherhood of Qatar, who looked at that and were like, opportunity. And over time, with it being such a long drawn out process, because he says in the 1980s, he's like, this is long over fulfilled. The fact that it's still going is amazing. Well, if they're trying to get greedy and draw out that process, and you have all these people that have caught wind to it at this point, all these secret organizations, cartels, gangs, politicians, the elite, deep state, and they've been in the loop for this longer than I've been fucking alive, then I think, yes, it was meant to inflame white supremacy and black supremacy and radical Islam all at the same time. But I think at first when it started, I think that whoever instituted that and whoever wanted this to go through had a better idea of how they could handle it when the time was come to snap. But I think something went wrong along the way to where it's more of a runaway train situation, to where now it's kind of like a power vacuum, if that makes sense.
My rational mind says the runaway train situation seems most likely. There is too much complexity here for any group of planners to control what's going on. At the same time, there's stuff that they did that was absolutely guaranteed to backfire if their goal was to stamp out a nasty ideology. Because whenever you persecute people, you give attention to them. You give them the privileged position of their views being unfalsifiable. Because if you make information secret, everybody else has to wonder what that information is. And then any propagandistic group can just say, well, the stuff that we need to prove our side was made secret by the government, or is being suppressed by Google, or whatnot.
Dude, trying to get Hunter Biden footage this week. About a month ago, I could type in hunterbidenlaptop.com. It would take me to hunterbidenlaptop.com. I can't find a fucking image or video of that man smoking coke anywhere, not even on DuckDuckGo.
What?
Yeah, because there's a line in the music video to where it's like, something like, you're on cocaine. And I was going to have him go like, right at that moment, because I've seen it before with my own eyes. And now I'm looking for it. And part of me is wondering if it has to do with the trial, if maybe it got seized or something. But usually when the FBI seizes a website, they'll tell you. But
well, that's certainly a way to make people distrust the social institutions and make people paranoid. And paranoid people aren't exactly noted for making good decisions.
No. I mean, shit, it kind of makes me paranoid. I'm like, I fucking seen it. I know it exists. And I just told my neighbor too. I'm like, go to hunterbidenlaptop.com. Trust me, once you see it, it'll give you a different framer's perspective. Well, if I can't find it, she ain't gonna find it. Like...
So, I mean, we should know suppression tends to make ideas more virulent. And yet, so many social institutions are trying to control the situation by suppressing things for the long term. I think that's a bad idea if you know history, that you kind of wonder, is this deliberate? Are they trying to sponsor these ideas by suppressing them? But no, it's probably that they genuinely are idiots and they haven't studied history.
I think they're about to pull something new. So you know how I talked to you once upon a time about how I was like, you know, waiting for an ultimate false flag. It could be them screaming from the sky, like, leave the world behind. There was an interview on Redacted that just came out recently that I'm going to send to you. And at first, even I was kind of laughing at it, like, it's goofy. I've entertained the notion before, but it sounded goofy. And this guy's coming out, and he's worked on all these UFO projects and with the government, and he's like, this has been on the table since the 1960s. This is what a false flag alien invasion would look like. and he just keeps going into it and describing it, and he's just like, the warm-up process, the little incursions, the UFO following Air Force One. One of the things he said, he's like, look at the articles coming out in the last week or two in regards to the draft. Oh, you have all the draft articles coming out for age, what was it, 15 to 24, whatever the age range was. He was basically describing, he's like, that's the age of men that A, would be interested in aliens, but B, if they were to be sent off to war to fight this unknowable force, then people would start paying attention to the UFO phenomenon because, oh my God, our children. And at that point, I'm like, okay, yeah, it sounds pretty standard. And then he starts going into crypto species and the underground laboratories and cloning. And he's like, now just imagine just how the virus in Wuhan was released. These people just started popping up all over the planet, but they have DNA samplings from humans that already existed. So no one knows who the fuck is who anymore. Do the nuclear missiles suddenly seem that important? And he broke it down so much more. I know it sounds crazy, but like, it's about a 15-minute interview to where by the end I was like, it sounds stupid, but they could just be dumb enough to try and do it, to have all of their UFO technology just pop out at the sky all at once. Maybe release a virus they had in the lab. They've been playing with holographic tech for a while that'll cast an image into fucking storms, skies turning red. I'm kind of wondering, I'm like, what if these motherfuckers are about to fake an alien invasion in order to try and get out a nuclear war? Because really it is, what option do we have left? Because every time we have these conversations, it's like, what else could you do? It's a runaway train situation. There's no way to stop this. There's no way it would end. That would be the one plausible thing I could think of, actually, that would make it fucking end. But then I start thinking the complexities of that. I'm like, okay, so you're talking about clones being released from an underground laboratory, beings created by man, bred to be targets for humans to gun down, which isn't much past their moral, ethical values right now, because they're having us do it to each other. I think we're about to see some weird shit. I'm not saying it would be that necessarily, but they have a lot of weird shit in their pocket that I think, in order to avoid nuclear war, they're willing to throw something wild at the wall, and I don't think we've seen it yet.
Okay, I'm gonna say I'm skeptical that nuclear war is a big threat right now.
Ooh, explain that.
Largely because the number of nuclear warheads has dramatically declined. So there might be a nuclear exchange between a few smaller powers, like, say, Pakistan and India.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, most of the world would be okay. It's nowhere near as dangerous as it was during the Cold War, both in terms of the number of warheads, the power of warheads, and the instinct to rely on them initially. Probably the biggest threat with that right now is North Korea or Iran trying to hit Israel, and Israel hitting Iran or North Korea.
Yeah, and Putin just gave him a ICBM, and I think gave him a EMP tech that could detonate over the U.S. I believe, so they said in the media.
So the power of the worry is smaller countries using nukes and getting retaliated, but not quite the same world ends scenario we saw during the Cold War.
It's kind of like everything else, just a long, drawn-out, kind of boring in-between terror.
Right.
Where it just takes forever for shit to happen. God, that's almost worse. Just fucking nuke my ass at that. Like, just having to sit there and worry, like, all right, a nuke dropped on Gaza 3 months ago. They're saying one might drop in India. Then it happens the next day. Then you're like, fuck, well, it dropped in India. Now they're saying it's going to drop in Texas. I don't like that. But I do like the idea of the entire world not being annihilated.
And even during the Cold War, there wasn't enough power in those nukes to kill everybody. Now you could wipe out the major cities, you could destroy modern industrial infrastructure, but you would still have a lot of people living. And the U.S. spread libraries around the country full of government documents in order to allow life to continue if the major cities were wiped out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think RFK, he describes the underground nuclear cities. And he's like, yeah, we had a McDonald's and a mall and all that shit. And I'm just like, fuckers. Like, ugh. But I will say, I do feel like there is more resistance to push the trigger the last couple weeks at least, maybe. But I like your pattern of thinking here, honestly.
One of the things I think happened with COVID, oh boy, I'm going to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but here goes. It was a virus that was probably engineered in an intermediate state. They didn't get US government funding to produce that kind of virus, but at Wuhan, they decided to work on it anyways, and maybe it eventually would have become part of the Chinese biological warfare program. But it was not in its final state.
It's a good thing this channel ain't monetized. But didn't Fauci sign off on some of the documents in between? Because from my understanding, it was Obama struck it down and said, no, you can't do gain of function research. And then Fauci kind of went over to China on his own accord and started getting some shit. Yeah.
But that specific virus pattern was not authorized, and that specific chain of research was not authorized. Now, very similar stuff was authorized, but not that specific one.
Okay. How much do you know about Ebola? Because I know that's one I've been wanting to look more into recently, because that was my first pandemic scare, let's say.
Ebola, Zaire, is very scary. Ebola was first discovered, I want to say, in Marburg, where fortunately it only infected and killed a few people. But it is capable of killing people very gruesomely.
See, what I was presented with at the time is it was like villages and thousands and hundreds of people all across Africa, and like it was some Resident Evil shit.
And it was by 2014 and 15. Thankfully.
Oh, so you're talking about earlier on.
Right. Earlier on in the 1950s was when it was first discovered.
Okay. I was like, I don't know about that. I saw a lot of bodies there. But no, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
And then there was an effort to track down, and then there was an outbreak in the DC area in Reston in the 1990s.
Oh, really?
Yeah. A bunch of monkeys had Ebola, but it was a mutation that only infected monkeys.
Come out of the lab.
Affect humans.
Because like I hear monkeys, I hear lab. I hear 24 days later.
They were being held in quarantine. Those monkeys were being held in quarantine before being shipped off to labs for medical testing.
Oh, so they came in to DC from somewhere else, and then they got out?
The monkeys were infected with Ebola somewhere in Africa, and then were shipped to a quarantine site to make sure they were healthy before they would be shipped off to labs.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, because it was like similar during Ebola. They brought in somebody, I think it was from Africa or South America. They brought him into Dallas, and then there was a little outbreak there with I think just a few people, but the freak out was massive. Like they had signs all over the city and shit, biohazard signs, like look out for signs. And I just remember driving through that being like, what the fuck?
And the thing is, the properties of the Ebola virus, it's horrible if it gets into you. But if it doesn't get into you, you don't get sick. And it's not like COVID. It's not a light virus. It's one that can only really be transmitted through water droplets and physical contact, and not even all physical contact. So
I think. Oh, sorry.
So if someone really gets infected, like blood splatter in their eyes, oh God. But if it's just trying to hold on to somebody's body as they're being moved on a stretcher, probably okay.
Well, that's reassuring at least. The images were just like, when I say Resident Evil, it looked like straight up Resident Evil 5. It was horrifying, like blood all over the walls. Talk about getting it in your eyes. It was like everywhere, thousands of flies because you're in a old shoddy African village that hasn't had it good up till this point, and now is getting worse. So now the flies are eating their flesh, and it was just that was a really scary time. They had Last of Us coming out at the time. Everyone was talking about zombie apocalypse, but like I was around like militiamen and people who loved collecting guns and living with my dad at the time, and they were like taking a lot of this shit seriously. They're like, no, if this breaks out here, this is what they're gonna do, and this is where we're gonna go. And like we're talking like real life. They were planning out a real life zombie scenario while I'm just trying to get through high school.
And during that, I was an intern down the hallway from CIDRAP, was it? I don't remember the acronym of the organization, but the part of the University of Minnesota School of Public Health that studied infectious disease outbreaks.
Oh shit! Is that the one? Is that the Bill Gates funded one?
I don't think so.
Okay, because there's one lab I know about somewhere on the East Coast, but no, that's cool.
They were a lot less worried than a lot of the reporters.
I can believe that fully. I think a lot of what it did, and like even during Ebola, I thought this. I was like, why are we getting a new virus of the year? Every year, it's like, here's bird flu, here's swine flu, here's Ebola. And Ebola was the one time it got really rocky, and then they just kept doing it. And then it was COVID. It's almost like, in putting it out into the ethos and using the media to project these stories, it's almost like they were kind of looking at our psychology prior to COVID and seeing how we were reacting. And when we dropped our guard, because we've had so many pandemics in the past, well, we're not going to worry about what they're legislating over here, talking about over here. It was too late.
One of the worst case scenarios for medical people has been, what if the common cold turned deadly? COVID looked like it was that. It's a coronavirus like you get with the common cold, and here are all of these people dying in China. That's your worst case scenario that looks like it's happening. And then they didn't check to see if it was actually happening.
I mean, they had me duped. I left a really good paying job to where, looking back, they did all the COVID measures right, but I was so bitchy and in my head about it. I'm like, they're not doing enough to take care of me. This is a horrible place to work. I'm just going to wind up getting sick and killing somebody. And then I went to be a poll worker, locked down in my house, in my apartment, with alcoholism and drug addiction, never leaving, looking at all the scary COVID news day in and day out, listening to everybody's politics from the far right to the far left, and having to record every fucking word. And they had me fooled for a really hot minute there. They really fucking had me. And I'm ashamed to admit that.
Some people thought that, okay, it's only going to be 2 weeks to flatten the curve. And let's bear in mind, hospitals were not ready. American doctors were not. They didn't understand the biology of what was going on. The nurses didn't understand what precautions they should take. They didn't have a plan for how to sanitize stuff properly.
They're wearing garbage bags.
The hospitals weren't prepared. They needed time to get ready.
Mm-hmm.
But they got those 2 weeks. And then some idiot said, hey, why don't we keep doing this longer?
And then to realize how, because like, it wasn't just one force controlling all of the COVID mandates. There was people talking about, yeah, I locked it down in my city. There's one woman, I can't remember. She was like with the city council, and her phone call conversation leaked. And she's basically talking with one of her neighbors, and she's just like, so when are you gonna lift the lockdown on your county or whatever? And well, I'm not gonna do it till next Sunday because I have softball league this week. And it's just like literally suburban white women chatting about when's best for them to lift up the restrictions. And then you have places like California doing what they're doing and New York having what they're doing. And you realize how the responses varied and how stupid they were all handling it, because nothing was centralized. Essentially, it was kind of left up to everybody on how to do it, instead of someone stepping in and being like, no, guys, knock the shit off.
But the central authorities weren't necessarily any better than the local ones.
Yeah, no, not at all.
So Florida was able to see what happened if they stopped the lockdowns. And places like Michigan were how we saw what happened when they continued the lockdowns.
Mm-hmm. Florida opened my eyes because I really hated DeSantis up till that point, and then I started looking at the Florida stories, and I was like, huh, because Jimmy Dore was going real in depth with it, and I was kind of following that. And then I was hearing about Texas, and then, I've told you before about how I go from here and down to Texas where everybody's free and we're going and riding roller coasters and having a blast. And then I come back here and I'm like, oh shit. Like the differences were so stark. Like still so many people here in masks. I've seen so many masks this week. I have not heard of a person getting COVID in months.
I still see masks in DC. And not just people trying to hide their identity for crime or political harassment.
Just fear.
They seem to think masks are magically more effective than anything else.
Because they're listening to the things that Fauci said before he contradicted what he was saying. Like the fact that we have so many public officials who said wear a mask coming out and being like, yeah, it didn't actually work though. That should have been a good sign. And like one argument I get whenever I like kind of start talking shit on it is just like, well, in Japan, whenever they start catching a cold or the flu, they put it on, and it's like even a sign of respect out of anything. And I'm like, okay, but these people don't have the flu.
Yeah, and it works on a very small order of effect.
Yeah.
And we have a couple natural experiments where this village got a box of masks. This village didn't. What was the size of the difference in infections and rate of spread? There was a difference. It wasn't all that big.
And not to mention, wasn't like at the time, like the U.S. Navy sending ships after shipments of vaccines and needles, and basically being like, "This belongs to us." Like there was really people struggling to get all these supplies and borderline fighting each other over them.
Yeah, and Canada invested billions into developing their own COVID vaccine, and it was supposed to be made in China, and China kept it.
And I'll tell you about that on CNN.
They did actually talk about it a bit in Canada, although not very vocally.
Canadians got to get more vocal. I get that they're starting to get there, and God bless them for it. But like, as far as the government, it's like, okay, you were all sitting in the same fucking room clapping for a Nazi, either inadvertently or knowingly. You kind of think after that point, there would have been a bigger wave of politicians being like, you know what? Something's going on.
But think about how we knew about that. A couple conservative politicians stood up and refused to alter the record by a voice vote. So they forced people to publish what was actually said, the recording to be made public, and to actually know who was saying what.
So it could have been hidden, is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice. I like that. These people are idiots. And not the people who released it. Those people are the saviors. But, yeah, no, that's the silent heroes, I guess we'll call them. Silent heroes.
So the people who introduced that Nazi, who praised him, they realized they fucked up after about an hour. And then they tried to redact it, to hide it.
Which is way too fucking long when he literally just defined Nazi in his speech. Like, he described a Nazi. At that point, it should have just been like, hey, wait, I remember this from middle school. But at least there was still some coming to the conclusion. And
it would have been so easy to stop people from hearing about it, but some people knew the rules enough, and they knew what happened and how bad it was enough that they refused to let themselves be bullied into just going along with hiding it.
You know who I really loved? I wish I could remember her name, but there was the one person in Parliament, or one of the members of government. I don't know how the Canadian government works, to be honest. But Trudeau spent the entirety of the COVID lockdowns calling her a Nazi, this Jewish woman. And then after this whole thing, she came out and she's like, yeah, who's the fucking Nazi now? And she started getting fiery and pumped up. And I'm like, this is probably my favorite lady in the Canadian government. This is amazing. Because she's like, call me a fucking Nazi, you derogatory how dare you? Like, all the blackface in the world, and you still... I can't believe Trudeau is still in power. That just pisses me off.
And I'll bet you Trudeau doesn't think he did anything wrong.
Where do you fall on the idea of Trudeau being a Castro? Have you seen the theory?
I was initially skeptical because his mother was known for sleeping around enough she knew how to use birth control. But turns out she was a heck of a lot more of a fan of Castro than I realized. So I don't know, but it's more plausible than I had initially given it credit for.
I kind of look at it in the same way of like Michelle Obama having a dick. I'm like, I'm not going to make any definitive claims, but I've seen some weird evidence so far to where I'm leaning more towards maybe. But I mean, to take a picture of Castro, take a picture of Justin Trudeau and then his father. Oh yeah, and then add Castro in, and it's just, he looks a lot more like Castro, like down to his father being like 5 feet tall, and Castro and them being about the same 6 foot something.
And the nose.
And oh man, there's a JP Sears video I'm gonna clip in with this shit. I'm just gonna let him do the talking because it's weird. And you look at the time period and it's like, yeah, I could see some investment in some long-term plan like that, given the climate at the time.
I don't think that would have been a plan. A lot of crazy left-wing women really idolized Castro as a symbol of masculinity.
So you think he was just sowing a seed around and we might have more Castros running around than we think?
Yeah.
I could see that. I mean, I'm still waiting 20, 30 years from now. Meet the Epstein children. We sat down with 220-year-old girls. Yeah, that's going to happen. I mean, Genghis Khan did that famously. Sowed his DNA all over the planet. Like, it's a power move to do that, to say, I'm going to have the dominant seed. I'm going to have the dominant bloodline. Some dark shit.
And if they're anything like their ancestors, there might be a bias towards not very nice ways of interacting with other people.
Mm-hmm. We're ruled by some sick fucks. But these people are idiots.
Right. So the only thing that saves us from the psychopaths in power is their own incompetence.
And there's plenty of that to go around.
Yep.
Shit. We haven't got any into pop culture stuff yet. Have you seen any more rot on your end this week?
I haven't really seen much pop culture stuff in the past couple weeks.
Yeah, I guess you're more busier than I am.
Probably.
Yeah. Well, after this, you should check out the new Hellboy trailer.
I know Hellboy was really popular about 10 years ago, but I never saw any of it.
Never saw any of it, really. You should definitely watch the first two with Ron Perlman. Those are good, philosophical, trippy, but anything past it's just been an abortion that's gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. They're putting out a new one, and it looks like the Halloween Party City Stores fan trailer for something. It's just obvious decay at this point. It's just too much. But it's been about all I've noticed in that department.
It's really hard to have a good sequel. For the first part, a lot of people put all their best ideas into the original movie. So all they've got left, it tends to be their second ideas. And they're kind of constrained by what happened in the original movie. So they can't bring in all these wacky new ideas. So it's already harder to make a good sequel than the original movie. But usually the decline tends to be gradual. It's not horrible. Unless they change up the setting of the second movie dramatically, like the first Alien movie. The second Alien movie was very different from it.
Mm-hmm.
The themes in the second RoboCop movie were different than the themes in the first RoboCop movie.
Yeah, Purge did that really well because the first one you just start out in one house in a neighborhood, and then I think by the second one you're into the city, and then they're in DC, and then they're kind of moving around all over the place past that, and it keeps it fresh. Yeah, because I don't know, too many of these rehashes. Like, I haven't been watching the Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power or whatever, for example, but just looking at the article headlines, like, producers say the new troll is based off Hank Ermintrout of Breaking Bad, and this season will be more like Breaking Bad than anything else. And I'm like, the Lord of the Rings show?
The Lord of the Rings was epic fantasy, dealing with themes of societal morality and not one man's descent into making excuses for his own bad behavior.
I guess somewhere along the way we all just got mixed up. Oh, it's so silly. Even we watched Acolyte last night, and my husband and I were both screaming at the TV. He's not even a diehard Star Wars fan, but we're both just like, there's no fucking way. There's no way that would happen. Not in a million years, for so many different things that I was just like, that might have been the episode to do it in for me. I'm still going to watch and hopefully it gets better, but I was just like, I've never seen the intellect of an audience challenged or just made seem so obsolete. It was just... Do you want spoilers?
Sure, I'm not going to watch it, so...
Okay, cool. Well, spoiler alert for anyone that is, but I don't think many people are because the numbers are fucking worse every week. But you have Osha and May. They're the two sisters conceived of the lesbian witches using the Force. So now we have more than just Anakin Skywalker being conceived by the Force. We have these two twins. So you have a whole run-in, and there's a whole squaring off with the Jedi and the Sith that's in the show, and it was honestly the strongest episode. It was pretty badass. But they're twins. So the Sith takes the other twin that he hasn't been training, and the Jedi Master takes the dark side twin. And for the majority of the show, it's like he doesn't even fucking know. And they save it last second for 5 seconds. He like zaps her and he's like, aha, I knew. But you're just sitting here for 30 minutes screaming at the TV like there's no fucking way this motherfucker doesn't know. It was like, and they were like making jokes about it too, it felt like, because Osha back on the other planet with the Sith was like, Master Soul is a Jedi Master. He's one of the smartest people. He'd never be deceived by a villain like you. He'd detect your presence. And I'm like, look, getting towards the end of the episode, it was like, okay, it seemed like they were trying to drop hints, but it also seemed like some of the people making the show came in and were like, this is so goddamn stupid. Just like MODOK, we're going to fucking make fun of it because everyone's going to be laughing anyways. And then, you know, dude's stripping naked to get in a pool like he wants to fuck one of the twins, which you're just adding pointless nudity on top of it. Sexy as he fucking is, I'm also like, you know, this is Star Wars to where people are already kind of getting upset with some of the other things you're doing. Now you want to have the first nude scene in Star Wars. Like, they're just doing shit.
They're throwing stuff at the wall, even if it's incoherent, because they've run out of ideas and they've run out of discipline.
Yeah. And now they're bringing back Luke Skywalker.
Oh, now they're doing it?
Yeah, they're like, Luke Skywalker will be involved with more projects moving forward. So the Messiah has risen. You can't make this shit up, man. Like, it's been a week by week drama, and it's hadn't even been the show.
I mean, I used to think that the Star Wars Holiday Special was bad, but
God, not anymore. Now it's a beloved treasure. You gotta watch Ewok's Caravan of Courage to rinse your eyes out. Give me some Whisties.
Oh, golly.
It's fucking wild. And up until this week, I was like, well, I can enjoy a show and the collapse of Disney. And with that show, I was like, well, I can't enjoy either of these. So I'm going to go play Enter the Matrix in my bedroom in the dark. Let's go back to a simpler time. Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
There is light at the end of the tunnel, though. God damn, there's light at the end of the tunnel.
I mean, there's creative people now. One of the best horror movies I watched, Tulpa, was it? Was that the movie? Tulpa film. Yes. There are some great movies. Nope, that's not the movie I'm thinking of. But there's various great horror movies that have come out in the past few years. There's great games being written now from indie developers.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, we're still making great stuff. And if you've seen Cocaine Bear, even big name studios and directors can still make great stuff.
I need to see that and The Machine still. Those were the two I wanted to go to theaters to see, and I didn't make the time to do it.
Cocaine Bear is worth it.
Write down so I don't forget. How much? I mean, I imagine it has to be pretty exaggerated from the original story, but to what extent?
I mean, the original story is that a bear ate several kilos of cocaine and then died with its heart exploding. What probably happened was that the bear maybe ate a little bit of cocaine and died from its heart exploding, and the drug dealers found the stash and grabbed most of it.
And in the movie, it's just a killing spree.
Yeah. But it's a killing spree with lots of great symbolism, and the way they portrayed characters very much fit many of the stereotypes and panics of the 1980s.
Oh, okay. I like that. Fuck. This is a random one as hell, but have you ever watched Rubber?
No.
Rubber is a movie about a sentient tire that comes to life and has telekinesis and fire powers and goes on a killing spree. And it starts off with cans and bottles, and then you go into scorpions, and then deer, and then bigger targets. And there's a beautiful intro. I'll send it to you. And the whole monologue in the intro is basically like, in this movie, why did this happen? No fucking reason. Why did this happen? No fucking reason. And it's like 2 or 3 reasons of that. And then at the end, he's like, ladies and gentlemen, I give you an homage to the no fucking reason. And then the movie begins. And it is so beautiful. I watch it at least once a year.
All right. That sounds like the modern version of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
Yeah, it's pretty comparable. Do you ever watch Toxic Avenger?
Nope.
Oh, watch the original Toxic Avenger. It's on YouTube. I can link it to you too. But it is foul-mouthed, cocaine, sex-driven chaos that they're trying to remake with Peter Dinklage. But this guy's getting bullied, and it's like, you fucking faggot retard, come here. And they're like, public humiliation. They're dunking on him. The girls are whipping their tits out to lure him in and get punched in the face. They're treating this kid like shit until they bully him into a puddle of toxic waste where he becomes the Toxic Avenger, where he becomes super buff and super tall, but he's super ugly. And he falls in love with this blind girl who can't see him. And it's the most offensively overacted blind girl depiction you have ever seen in your entire life. And it's probably one of the most offensive comedy / superhero movies in existence. So for them to remake that in 2025, I just can't wait to see that abortion.
All right.
You would love it though. It's so good. It's so fucked up. A lot of people die. A lot of kinds of people you can't kill in movies these days.
Well, it was the 80s.
It was pushing even the 80s. It was.
So it was edgelord 80s.
Oh yeah. Edgelord cult classic. Hidden in the back of the closet. Only a couple of these copies probably exist somewhere. Never let mom find out about it type shit.
Yep. People can still make great stuff. And where did it? Okay, that's my favorite game, but someone came out with a Lord of the Rings RPG that's actually lovingly done.
Ooh.
So I don't know if you're a tabletop nerd. I kind of am, but there's lots of creativity that goes into making this stuff, and that's still being made. D&D from the 1980s, all that iconic art, which wouldn't be allowed now, and there's fights over the old D&D art. But that was a source of creativity then, and it's a source of creativity now.
Mm-hmm. I've seen just what the DMs are willing to do whenever they want to construct their own story and bend the rules. So then I imagine creating the rules and the whole structure to begin with. That is some level of nerddom that I will never accomplish and always respect through and through. Oh, sorry.
Well, I was going to mention a few games, but games, well, I suppose finish your thought first.
No, but I can't even remember what it was. Go ahead and finish.
Novels really occupied a lot of intellectual life prior to the 1920s. That was where people depicted ideas and philosophical arguments. And then in the 1920s to the 1960s, that happened in films. So the film Metropolis, have you heard of it?
Good one. Oh, yeah.
Well, a lot of people liked it because some people said it argued for this philosophical position. Others said it argued for another one. The imagery was really exciting if you wanted to say, oh, big industry kills people.
I don't even remember what my interpretation was because I'd only watched bits and pieces, and then the only time I ever watched it in full, I was on an acid trip. So it was a lot of things. I think I might have even had Grateful Dead playing at the same time.
It's worth watching it again and then watching Sci-Fi Debris' commentary on it.
Oh, okay. Is that a YouTube channel?
He's on YouTube, yes.
Write that down. Sci-Fi Debris.
His commentary points out some of the history of the guy who produced the film and the ideological environment it was in. An ideological environment that was 1920s and 30s Germany.
Ooh.
So there's a whole bunch of history about the ideas into it and the way people reacted that I think is very revealing.
Interesting. I'm going to have to put that on tonight, make a case study out of that, because that's cool. I mean, not necessarily cool, but interesting. What's the story? Because wasn't it like there was like a super short version and then there was like other parts of the film found over time, or was it like it was big and then it was small? Because I know the size of the film varies depending on the version, and I'm not sure what
the initial release was hideously expensive, and it was considered long and boring. Fantastic special effects, but long and boring. So to try to make it commercially viable, distributors edited it to be shorter.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the version that was mostly preserved until recently. And then they found copies of some of the longer versions in various museums around the world, including one of the longest available chunks that was from, I want to say, a museum in Argentina.
Shit. Man, there's so many movies I hope we can get the full versions too. Like they say that there's like a 4 or 5 hour version of Revenge of the Sith just floating around out there somewhere. I'm like, give me that. That'd be so amazing. But
so there's a huge philosophical aspect to a lot of movies from the 1920s, where quite often it was some of the biggest draw. They didn't want to see, ooh, how would an ancient king have dressed? They want to see the symbolism of an ancient king. They don't want to see what would a rocket really look like in real life. They want to see the idea of the brave explorer. So carry that forward to more modern movies like RoboCop. Is that what a cyborg cop would probably look like? Heck no. Is it a great way to argue about the nature of man and machine, of the role of a duty-bound authoritarian organization like the police, and what it means to be a human being? It's absolutely great. It's not a realistic depiction of what would happen, but it was a great way to contrast ideas and personalities and moods, and it did that.
Makes it translatable through time, basically.
If you're willing to think of it as symbolism rather than looking at, that's not how a cop would react.
See, I feel like that's kind of where a lot of modern projects are losing the magic, to where it'll be less of these messages and philosophies like transcending through time, and it'll be more like these are cautionary tales and there'll be stories associated with them and folklore, but there's so many projects that I feel offer little to no substance that looking at it in the future can only be like that existed, I guess. I don't know if that's a cynical way to look at it, but
I can't remember what the name of this phrase is, but 90% of everything is crap. But right now, the crap is produced by big budget projects, and the wonderful stuff is produced by small budget indie creators or low priority film teams.
Yeah. And these indie creators are getting wacky. Like, some of these games are getting so psychedelic to where I'm like, how did you translate hallucinations into graphical effects? Like, or just the levels of realism that they're starting to hit. It's just, again, there's so many tools at people's disposal that there's a lot of people who are seizing the opportunity. And yeah, I want to see more avenues of like them being uplifted in the future, where that becomes more of the main focus. Because as much as it's cool to see, I feel like a lot of people aren't going into fan films and stuff like that unless they're like really hardcore about it. So I'd like to see that get more in the public consciousness, to see these indie developers get more of what they deserve,
And for a long time, fan films were terrible because it was either bad special effects and short recordings, so they couldn't actually have much of a plot, or it was well written but terribly acted, or it could be it was just somebody's power fantasy using the franchise as a theme. Oh, and I'm going to punch Darth Vader in his face. Really, do you think anybody would get away with punching Darth Vader in his face? No.
Oh, I never considered this till now, but I can clip it in. I'm in a kind of Star Wars fan film from high school that my buddy Edwin did, and I'm a Sith Lord out on the baseball field. And we got some good CG effects for it, but I mean, I was shitty at it, and I probably drove him fucking crazy. I know I did, because I didn't know how to do lines. I was kind of being an asshole. I was dragging on the process longer than it needed to. But regardless, it's such a fun memory, just getting out there and goofing with your buddies with a lightsaber and pretending a TIE fighter's coming in and blasting your ass.
And that's what
there's so much heart in it.
That's what kids should do. That expands your mind. That makes you a more creative and insightful person.
Damn right. And now my buddy Edwin, who made that film, he's going to UT in Austin, and he's getting awards for fucking filmmaking. He's living his fucking dreams. Like, he turned that into something.
And
it's a beautiful thing.
And I think we're all better for it.
Fucking A.
But a lot of fan films were terrible, and then you can see some fan films that are freaking fantastic. Some of them because they're funny, like Cad Vader, Darth Vader's younger brother, who's not exactly inspiring worker at a store.
I still got to look that one up. I'm writing it down. Remember you mentioned that.
Or that Cops parody of stormtroopers in Tatooine.
Yeah. Or even like some of the SNL ones. I know they're not indie, but like they even pulled off some good ones, like with Rick the Technician, and now you see Rick the Technician in the video games.
I didn't know that, but so there were a lot. There was even a project to create a series of fan clips that replicating the entire Star Wars series. So the first 6 movies.
God. There's just people have done wild stuff, and this isn't a fan film necessarily, but I'm literally about 8 hours into this video. It's called An Extremely Brief Analysis of the Phantom Menace, and I think it's like 12 and a half hours, maybe 13 hours.
Yep, it's
and
brief.
That might only be the part. Yeah. Like the amount of dedication and love that these nerds have. Like you don't need to kill people when you have nerdy shit. You don't need to go out and rage whenever you have this shit. You just need to get your shit together and have fun.
Live a little. Write a 12-hour video on all the little details about one of the most popular movies of all time.
Yeah, or one thing I wish I didn't do growing up, and a lot of it had to do with my dad coming in and reading my stuff out loud and making fun of what I was writing, but I became really self-conscious of the things that I would write. Fucking keep writing. If you're someone that likes writing short stories and you're like, I haven't written a short story in about a year or two, write that fucking short story. Even if it's dog shit, it probably will be. And then just have something to work on. The night that I had my psychedelic experience that I was really walking away from the Antifa shit, when I told you about with the frog and all that shit, one of the things that preceded that trip was I was trying to lie to myself for about a year or two that I was going to make a graphic novel. I was going to make my own Star Wars. And one of the things that trip taught me was like, I didn't have enough life under my belt, that I didn't know where the story was going to progress, that I was beating myself up over it because I didn't have any of this understanding that I had back then. I was out getting drunk, raging in the streets. There wasn't much intellectual thought going on. And now that I'm realizing that I'm kind of gotten into this space and I'm talking with people and I have all this shit under my belt and I've had these conversations and I have this different perspective, I'm going back and I'm looking at those old things and I'm like, there's a story here now. There's a character here now. There's a philosophy here now. There could be a theology or an ideology here now. Like now I know how I want to make this god or this alien race or how I want to pursue hyperspace travel. Because now that I've opened my mind and I had that sitting on the back burner, even though it's the shittiest pile of dog shit doodles and notes you've ever seen, I'm still glad I at least have that because now I'm like, okay, now I have something to do. And I've been tinkering a little bit here and there, not too much, but it's something for me to do even if the world were to end and it would all become nothing. Because it's a fun, I don't know, it's a fun process. It's good for your mind. It's healthy. Idle hands are the devil's playground. That's a very true statement. I really believe it.
Yeah. And for myself, I wrote a few short stories, but I kind of shelved it because I didn't think anybody would publish them.
What were your short stories about? What kind of stuff do you tackle?
Science fiction. One of them was, could a politician be sabotaged by messing with their cybernetic implants?
Ooh. Okay.
One of them was the frame of reference simulator, that there was this big project to study an alien society, but it actually gets turned to studying human society, and there's this whole paranoia about how are they changing society using this big complex computer.
Dude, this sounds interesting as fuck.
One of them was crossing the line of this little ceremony of when a spaceship crosses a certain point in space, where you can first see when the broadcast of Elvis singing would have been encountered. There was the old meme of aliens will, the aliens' first encounter of humanity will be Elvis. So, crossing the line of having a little ceremony when you find the broadcast of Elvis.
That's fucking beautiful. I love that so much. Man, you should put that out there, I feel like. I'd read that. I'd read 100%. Like, that's the kind of thinking we need. Like, outlandish, fun, meaningful, even crazier, I imagine, given the current moment with all the alien shit going on. Like, at least my mind's running about that shit more than it was ever before. Like, we got to get back to that. I think we're getting back to that, and that's what the Renaissance is going to be. Because I even like, I don't even know if I want to use the term revolution anymore. Like, part of me is like, we need a big revolution. Yeah, kind of, but I'm like, but what if a Renaissance could quash a revolution and make it, I don't know. There's so much hope right now. There's so much, because again, everybody thinks they're on their last breath. So the people that are creating are fucking creating like hard, like putting out, like, everyone's getting so deep. And I even noticed it with the podcasters recently. Like, people are opening up and sharing more of their personal stories, and like across the board, like, we got to open up that personal element to it, I think.
There's incredible potential. And I think you're right that we have the potential for a great outburst of culture.
Yeah.
And let's remember, politics is downstream of culture. So all sorts of people's political motivations, all of their fears can be put into culture.
Yeah. Like, I mean, the classic example, South Park, it's just like, at this point, it's watching a parent call out their child whenever they misbehave. It's so instant. It's so brutal. It's so on the head. Like, it really is a weapon. And it does seem to change more minds than a fucking gun.
And let's bear in mind that South Park is listened to, it's hilarious, and it gets a reaction because people recognize what is being talked about as real.
South Park. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Whereas you've got other shows by politically approved comedians that get very little reaction because people don't recognize that as being real. Note that Dave Chappelle got massive laughs despite efforts to cancel him because people could recognize the realism in it, the reality in what he was dealing with.
Yeah.
And people look at Saturday Night Live, and yes, they've got a few good skits, but people have been complaining that it's been boring for years. Probably because they don't touch on things that other people recognize as being real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really loved it during the whole Russiagate era, watching all the SNL content, and now I kind of go back and watch some of those, and I'm like, it's just propaganda. Like, it's not even funny in hindsight. It's like, that thing wound up being so wildly untrue that y'all shouldn't have played politics so hard. It makes it a little less cherished, I feel like. Now it can be looked at it for historical value, I feel like. And there's a lot of funny stuff in between, but so much of it was just like trying to push you in one direction to vote. I realize now that kind of makes it less fun. I'd rather watch the old Will Ferrell shit, you know?
And a lot of creative people, a lot of comedians tend to be left-leaning, but you can be left-leaning and honest and left-leaning or a liar.
Mm-hmm. And so much of it was about trying to maintain their own truth instead of just being like, hey, everybody's at each other's throats right now. What if we just talk about something else for a minute and then maybe sprinkle a dash of it in there? And there's a lot of good comedians who did, but like Kill Tony is a good example. Have you ever watched Kill Tony at all? One of the best comedy shows ever. Basically, it's in downtown Austin. Tony Hinchcliffe, a lot of the comedians, Joe Rogan will come on, Tim Dillon. They've had Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, a lot of people. And the whole premise of it is people get to put their name in a bucket, and then they get to have 1 minute of stand-up comedy on stage. And you really get to know those people in that 1 minute, because some people come in, they've put in the time, they've put in the effort. Some people come in and bomb, they've never talked on stage before. Some people will come out and they'll just start screaming the fucking N-word out of nowhere. And then some people will come on with rainbow hair and be like, fuck my racist daddy, and nothing else. And you see the whole wide variety of what different humans think is funny and how they operate. And it, as funny as it is and great as it is to watch, it's a fun kind of character study of people and just what they think. And then afterwards, there's usually a lot of shit talking. If they're really good, it'll go great. And then there's time where people just get roasted to the point of fucking crying. And it's beautiful.
And in real comedy, it's a brutal meritocracy. Can you get the laugh? And I think everybody can appreciate, everybody except the Taliban, and a few people like them can appreciate a laugh. There was this famous video of the Taliban, when they took over, they arrested a comedian and took him away, probably to be executed, but he wouldn't stop telling jokes even as they were dragging him away.
That's a winner right there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, damn. And I mean, that's a way better way to go out. Go out smiling. And yeah, and these crowds, they get so hostile towards comedians. Like after the Will Smith slap, especially, a lot of people just started coming up and decking people on stage. And it's like people are divided over the justification behind that. And it's like, no, you shouldn't be fucking attacking people on stage, buddy.
I mean, people think that kings in the Middle Ages were nasty and brutal, but there was a reason why the court jester was the guy who voiced people's complaints to the king.
Oh. Like, these people just don't get it. They see everything as propaganda or as an attack, which they'll look at someone like me and be like, well, that's really hypocritical coming from some guy who says there's a lot of propaganda and we're under attack. But it's like, yeah, but I'm not really outsourcing my fears and concerns onto other people in the same way as going up and throwing a cup of water in their face because they said something you didn't like about black people at the comedy show you paid $45 to get into.
And
like,
and the irony is that a lot of those people are less tolerant than a lot of people in places we would stereotype as being intolerant. So Ty Rivera, are you familiar with him?
Yeah, I love his YouTube channel. He commented on one of my stuff not too long ago. I was trying to let him know about the BLM or the Israel-Palestine video I had going on. And I wanted to talk with him, but he never got back in touch with me for that. But I still love his content. He's a great guy, like, okay, as far as like what he's saying.
Congrats. Well, he also performed in the Middle East.
Oh, no shit.
Very visibly, openly gay. And well, probably there's a lot of people who would hate him on general principle, but they were very happy to make money off of him entertaining crowds.
I believe it. Did he get any like backlash for it, or was it just mostly love through and through?
The impression I get is that he was mostly loved.
Fuck yeah.
Now, I would assume that he had to stay close to the hotel and not to go around any places near mosques with large angry crowds, but that's generally good advice anyways.
Well, especially with the tattoos. I imagine going with face tattoos in another country like that. Oof. Yeah, you got to be careful. Tread lightly.
Yeah. But he could entertain crowds. He made money entertaining crowds, even though he was probably not the most stereotypically welcome guy. Almost everybody enjoys a joke.
And that's how you get real fucking gay acceptance. That's a real fucking pioneer at that point, being like, I'm going to try something wild and something new, and my gay ass is going to fucking do it well. And like, yeah, that's what people want. They want gay heroes. They want acceptance. They want new pioneers to challenge the remnants of homophobia we have left. and then it happens right in front of them, or like someone like Blair White being the first trans woman in a fucking rap video, for example, or going on doing what she's doing, and it's just like, nope, wrong kind of trans person. And it's like, what do you motherfuckers want? Like, you're actually getting exactly what you want right in front of your face if you're willing to open your eyes and look at it.
And there's two theories. One, that the change you want has to be imposed through a boot and intimidation. And the other is, by doing things for other people, you win acceptance and you can prove that you can coexist in a mutually beneficial arrangement. So there's a claim. Did gays win rights because of the Stonewall riot, or because they could prove that they were mostly like everybody else, just with a few harmless differences?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's very true. Now you have the two camps there's the camp that believes in the latter, and then there's the camp that believes that the change came from throwing stones. And they think a black trans woman did it for some reason, even though that's been proven. My favorite video on that is I was watching an LGBTQ plus video, and it had everybody's different perspectives. And then it was just like, in the end, I guess we'll just never know. And we all have to learn to respect each other's differences of opinion. And I'm like,
oh, God.
Hey, we know.
I mean, there's this scene in Babylon 5 where future historians are debating what really happened at Babylon 5 and what really caused this political change. And then Dylan, who is one of the main characters in the show, walks in and tells them they're wrong.
God. People just got to be willing to get humbled.
It takes some comedic levels of narcissism to say, oh, we don't really know what happened at the Stonewall riot. Well, there are people who were in it still alive.
Yeah, and like I'll give a pass to like an average person on the street, and because Google suppresses the fuck out of it. It is a hard interview to find. It's one of those that shadow banned because they don't want you knowing this shit. But for an LGBTQ plus organization, it's like y'all didn't spend. It takes a minute, but it took me only 20 or 30 minutes to find it. Probably you didn't spend that much time looking into this issue, being like, oh, all these people in these interviews on the page are saying this. Can we find the video for it? Instead, we have to base a whole folklore mythology around it. And then the guy who actually started it, who's a white guy, gets fucking socked in the face. It's like, that's beautiful. And that's a point we've come to here before, I think, but it's still one that really irks me.
And I can understand that because it's rewriting history in real time. One of the most socially significant events for a large community that's been very well documented. Rewriting what happened at Stonewall is one of those things that never should happen.
Yeah.
And yet, it's a very visible effort to control people by lying about their history.
And lived history. I mean, I was only born in 97, but like, I mean, if we're talking, this is less than 100 years of them trying to bullshit people on. Like, it'd be one thing if it was like, oh, the 1800s or something, but late 1900s, that's kind of early to start bullshitting something so big. And I mean, I guess it works, but like, I'm just tired of seeing a mural of this person who's confessed to have been drunk and high, passed out on a bench, while the other people who were doing the fighting were getting it started. And that's not anything on her character, because she has great speeches, she has great performances. There's footage where you can still go in and appreciate this woman or this man for who he was and for what he was presenting as, because he's a transvestite. But to lie about it, it just makes people appreciate that less, because then people are going to be like, well, fuck him. Now I'm just going to go pay attention to what's going on with Fred Sargent. And it's like, oh, but you could have both. You could have both, because this still was a person with a lot of spunk and a lot of character. And it was something to learn from. They just kind of ruined it.
Remember that line in A New Hope where Leia tells Tarkin, and I forget the exact quote, but the closer you grip these systems, the further they will come out from under your control.
For a little slip from your fingers, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's a general principle. The more people try to achieve control, the more they anger and offend people, the more they get their subordinates to lie just to preserve their own well-being, the more they lose actual control.
Yeah. And seeing it now stronger than ever. You know, said it's the censorship isn't because it's working, it's because what they're doing isn't working and they're running out of options.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know oh shit, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, no. The thing that ends Tarkin, at least in the new canon, I don't think it's old canon, but the Gorman massacre. Basically, so they kind of reference Gorman in Andor, but in the book, essentially, what really starts to get people ticked off with Tarkin is he comes in and they're sending in medical supplies into the city. So they come in on a Star Destroyer, but then there's these protests happening at the bottom to where they don't want the Star Destroyer to land, and the Star Destroyer just comes and it just flattens like hundreds of thousands of people basically, and just smears them across the fucking pavement. And that's basically the point where people are like, oh, this is a bad guy. Like, it took everything leading up to that point. And I think this is pre-Death Star, so... But... Yeah, it was a pretty dark event for Disney to try and pull that one. I was like, okay, I can respect that, because... Yeah, when they pull off a mass casualty event, they fucking do it justice. But it's horrifying imagery, because that's kind of what it's starting to feel like. It's like thousands of people have to die before people are like, oh... But by then, power is secured, because he's still there for like another year or so.
Well, I haven't seen it, so I can't fully comment on that.
Yeah, this one was in one of the books. I think it was the Tarkin novel.
I got it, but I haven't read it.
Fuck, I just spoiled it.
I got it, and then I started law school a couple weeks later, and it was, okay, no time for that.
I need to ask about spoilers before I just start ranting on things at this point.
Oh, I don't care.
Okay, good. So long as I didn't ruin it.
There's several kinds of writing, ways to appreciate writing. Do you appreciate it for what happens, or how they get to what happens?
Kind of like it's not about the outcome, it's about the journey, or however that saying goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could say that the original Star Wars trilogy is son abandoned, ends up finding his father, has a big fight with him, kills his father's, ends up fighting with his father's boss, and has a painful reunion. That does not tell you what happened in Star Wars.
No.
There's a lot more in even just the first movie than what a verbal description of the events will tell you. For example, the scene of the X-wings flying straight and then turning, that was replicating actual footage from World War II of fighter planes following that maneuver.
Yep.
In many respects, it was the sci-fi equivalent of World War II and imagined equivalents of Napoleonic naval battles.
Yeah. Basically, I mean, there's a documentary where George Lucas is going, he's showing them like the Spitfires and the Pearl Harbor scenes. He's like, all right, now imagine those as TIE fighters. And he's just sitting there with a toy and he's like, I'm just like, yeah. And it's so beautiful because you don't have to go making up anything. You don't have to pull some creative shit out of your ass that may or may not work. You stick with what works. You stick with what's embedded in people's heads already. And you just make it better. You expand on it. Like, George Lucas was a master at that.
He was a master at visual arts. Frankly, I think his ability to write dialogue was negative, but...
Yeah, I'll agree on that.
His wife, and he had people around him who forced him to make it better. And I would argue episode 1 happened because he wasn't on good terms with his wife anymore, and the people around him didn't feel quite as free to say the writing is terrible.
You know what? This is the one case where I say that's a good thing. Phantom Menace is a gem.
Well, there's some great stuff in the Phantom Menace, but there's also some terrible stuff.
I feel like it aged so well, and it's probably the nostalgia. It's probably the member berries, but
I think we appreciate episode 1 because Disney did far, far worse.
Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those palate cleansers now where everything gets better after the Acolyte. Everything. Rise of Skywalker is forgivable after the Acolyte at this point. I hung in for 7 episodes. Now I'm getting critical. All right, July 4th. You got any fun plans for tomorrow?
Go out to a party out in Northern Virginia and hang out with some people.
Nice.
Not exactly the most dramatic thing. I'm not dressing up in colonial era clothing and reading the Declaration of Independence in the town square, but
That honestly sounds like a perfect day. What are your thoughts on the 4th of July as someone who wasn't born here? Has there been like a shifting sense of how you've perceived it over the years, or I don't know, I guess what does it mean to you?
well, the way the 4th of July was presented when I was a kid was that this was a profound moment in which colonists whose tradition of self-government was overturned by an increasingly centralizing and tyrannical government rose up, reconceptualized the legal system in what were formerly colonies, and created a society that gave birth to a new era of liberty. And as I grow older, I think, yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Admittedly, with some bumps along the way, like slavery, but I mean, let's remember, slavery was eventually abolished in the United States, and it took a civil war to do it, despite a huge chunk of the country being dependent on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I had the same views when I was a kid, but then obviously the Antifa era, that was my fuck the 4th of July. I'm not celebrating anything. But I feel like a couple of years ago when I walked away and I really decided I was done with it, I think I actually teared up a little bit that 4th of July, and I was like going back and listening to the history and re-educate myself a little bit on some things, and I was just like, such a bullshit thing to attack. Like, things weren't perfect, but how could they have been?
From almost any ideology can find some sort of dramatic justification in the American Revolution. And almost you could find a justification for monarchism in the American Revolution. Because let's remember, the colonists appealed to the king after Parliament was the one imposing a lot of abusive taxes. I think
it's just. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I think so many people don't know the complexity of what happened in the American Revolution, so they don't appreciate the drama of it. They seem to think, oh, it was inevitable the colonies would have gotten independence. No, actually. Spain controlled the Mexican colonies for years after the American colonies gained independence. And had they not been quite so incompetent, they probably could have kept them.
Been a way different world.
Yep.
People just like to simplify things. Like there's even so much of that history that I'm still very much ignorant to, that I need to re-educate myself on, that I need to learn in general. But any college brat will tell you they got it all figured out. and then they could tell you everything that happened through and through and how it went down and all the evils perpetrated. And it's like, yeah, but notice how you're being able to say that freely right now. Like, there's a reason for that you're able, even though what you're saying is stupid, you're able to voice it. And that's something to appreciate.
And one of the amazing things was that the mindset that created a lot of free speech notions, there was a little bit of that in England, but there was a lot of it in the colonies. And when a corrupt governor tried to shut down a printer who was publishing complaints about the governor, the jury refused to convict the printer on the legal theory that had largely been basically dismissed in England, that a claim had to be false for it to be libel. Americans said, no, truth is an actual defense. Falsity is a requirement, not just an adjective. So America had the idea of press freedom as an ideological position, and probably one of the first major countries in the world to have that, even before independence.
Yeah. It's pretty respectable. Like, you see so many journalists shitting on freedom of the press too, to where it's like, y'all aren't even journalists. You just want to wear the badge.
There was an article published, the First Amendment is out of control.
And they're all amendments. They can all be changed. It's like, okay, yeah, but like the ones y'all are proposing are never the good ones. It's yeah, people love the fact that they know what the word amend means. Like that, they just use that as a deconstructive argument for everything, where it's like, yeah, free speech, but we should amend it because not all free speech. And then it's like, okay, well, that's not free speech then. Free speech means unmitigated, minus violent activity.
I'm pretty sure there's an amendment in car owners' manual saying, don't put sugar in the gas tank. Could you remove that amendment? Probably. Does that mean things are going to run better? Probably not.
Yep. I like that a lot of the deconstructivist arguments are falling through lately. I think less people are buying it. But I was talking to my husband about this yesterday. I'm like, we're about to have a wave of thousands of college kids that are going to be so pissed when they go into their field and they realize they're not going in there to decolonize it, and that they actually need to understand the field that they're going into, and that people aren't going to hire them on that basis. That's going to leave a lot of people in the dirt.
And until there was kind of a loss of respect for colleges, they were going into fields realizing they didn't understand it and then complaining, and the field was being dumbed down. I think we've reached the point at which the fields can't be dumbed down anymore without being so offensively obvious to the general public that it would provoke a backlash.
Yeah, and across so many different institutions, people who were there in the beginning who might have gotten outed, like trans field specifically, I'm thinking of largely, they're coming out and they're being like, yeah, this is no more. You fired me from my job. If anything, that broke me free of my trains. I'm here to say what you're doing is wrong, and we're going to hold you accountable. Like, I don't think they were expecting that. I think they got way too cocky and thought they had all the protections in the world. Now WPATH is, every new day something comes out about WPATH. It's just nightmare after nightmare after nightmare after nightmare, to where eventually it just becomes a waterfall of evidence that eventually people are just going to be floating in it, and they have to realize that they are. And they're like, oh shit, okay, now I have to recognize that we're all swimming in this together, and I don't want to be swimming in it anymore. This is bullshit. Like, I just hope in the future we can get to where there doesn't have to be such a long awaited point to get to those conclusions.
And there's another way of looking at it. These kinds of pressures, that culture of institutionalized lying, can either produce obedient and passive drones, like happened in a number of tyrannies, or it can produce civil war. And the situation has not become so dramatic. We have people speaking out, people sharing information openly, not secretively. And we have alternatives being proposed openly, not secretively. And people are finding ways to respond openly and not secretively.
Mm-hmm.
Had the trans craze emerged in the Soviet Union or modern China, things probably would have become a heck of a lot more violent than they did here.
Yeah. I don't know. I was just doing like I do most mornings. A lot of the days it's parenting videos, and then a lot of the stuff going on with the trans kids, because like I said earlier, a lot of it's translatable to a different lot of things. Kind of like how you look at Scientology and you can like see communism and you can see the corporate degradation and all that. When I look through the lens of the trans issues and parents and narcissism and psychology and all that, it starts to help give me a good frame of perspective. There's a lot of kids that now that they're realizing what happened, it's kind of like a year ago, it was like, oh, they came to the conclusions naturally themselves. And it's still that now, but now it seems to be happening sooner for a lot of kids, to where they're on it for a year and they're hearing these stories and they're like, fuck, tap out, tap out, tap out. And that wave's starting to happen more. But it's just sad to see the number of kids that it's happening to. Because it's like over 80% of the kids that they did these fucking surgeries to. Like, I'm usually not one who likes the idea of lawsuits, because I think it's kind of silly in a lot of cases, but in this issue, it's like they need to be sued to fucking hell by everybody that's been hurt by this, because you got to hit them in their pocketbooks.
And lawsuits are probably the thing that would kill this, but the political assumption that WPATH was being honest was preventing those lawsuits from winning, from being winnable. Now that we know that WPATH was a bunch of frauds, that makes it much more likely to successfully sue these institutions into oblivion for what they did.
Yeah. So for anyone out there who doesn't know, World Professional Association for Transgender Health, that was fully a self-declared proclamation. That was never established by anybody. That was never voted on. The association just came out and said, we are the world's health professionals on this matter. And they weren't. And
that's a pattern of a lot of academic fraud in the West. People set up an institute or an organization that claims to be academic, has a bunch of pseudoscientific, badly done research, and because it matches what a lot of political activists want, they share that research and those claims, and then direct money to that pseudoscientific institution. Mm-hmm. And it grows and becomes more powerful.
Becomes an echo chamber, and it all becomes circular, because it just becomes a big club of everybody patting each other on the back.
Right. And that's not the first time it happened.
Yeah, there's one woman right now who, because I've been wondering it lately, I'm like, there has to be more past medical scandals outside of lobotomies and hysterectomies, and she's just kind of made it, I'll have to plug her into the video, her name here, but she's just like, yeah, this is like when they experimented on women in the 1800s and the 1600s and the 1700s, and when they did this to kids back 500 years ago. And now she's like drawing all these comparisons to kind of help people be to the conclusion, like, this is something that has existed for a long time. It's never been on this scale, but look at the similarities between these other historical issues. And that's been an interesting approach.
Did she compare the castrati with the trans youth phenomenon?
I haven't seen her do that yet. I just started dipping my toe, but I have heard that comparison before.
Okay, but just remember the castrati were mutilated to ensure more desired singing abilities, not because they thought they were doing anything good for the kids. Mm-hmm. I mean, other than giving them a lucrative career, but...
Yeah.
What's happening to a lot of trans kids now is definitely not a lucrative career.
Yeah. I mean, some of them, Jazz Jennings. But yeah, no, I think the one, like the comparison with the lobotomies is what gives me is that person went to their grave believing that what they did was right and that they created this magical invention that was going to help cure the mentally ill. And they never once like humbled themselves and realized what they did was wrong before tapping out.
Yeah, the danger of relying on experts is that experts can themselves be kind of crazy.
Yeah. There's a lot of experts are like kind of narrowly focused. That's one thing I'm like trying to do on this channel is like try not to talk too much about things I don't know about. Like talk about things in conversation, of course, but like I have to narrow my focus and realize that I don't know everything, that I can speculate and be interested and talk about it. Whereas if you were talking to me back when I thought I was an expert in Antifa and I was looking at all the Donald Trump stuff and all the CNN and all the MSNBC and all the Antifa websites and all the Nazi websites, because my focus was so narrowed, I was blind to what was happening in the LGBT community, what was actually happening in the African American community, everything that was happening outside of the made up little faux rebellion that was Antifa, because I was an obsessive, self-proclaimed expert on Donald Trump and the far right. And people bought into that. And a lot of times I could have those conversations and it would be like me having a podcast conversation where someone would be like, oh, wow, that was really interesting. I never thought of that and didn't really know that. But in mixing up like my stories and mixing up my focus and being all over the place the way I was, misled a lot of people to make them feel convicted that what they were doing was right and being out there and engaging in the activities they were. So it's like anyone can say they're a fucking expert and pretend.
And how is that different from politics?
It ain't.
It's not.
Such a scary realization. And it's just such an infantilized way of being when we got to appreciate the experts. We have to appreciate the elders. We have to appreciate the people that actually know what the fuck they're talking about, because people have been around longer than I have. I'm essentially just a kid compared to a lot of the people I've talked to. Like, no one wants to admit that, because as soon as everyone turns 13 or 14, well, I'm an adult, I can take care of myself now. And just get that ego mindset and then never learn how to be a fucking adult.
And you know, some of that gross overconfidence actually pushes you to do things that do give you experience that you can reflect on later.
That is true.
But we've kept kids in school my view is we've kept kids in school for so long and inundated them with so much propaganda that they don't have those experiences.
And by the time that people are realizing that they're not having these experiences, it's so dangerous that's outside that you'd rather your kids stay in than go out in it.
And then if those kids don't go out, then how do they know how other people think or react? How do they know how to do things?
TikTok.
They have to rely on an expert.
It's so fucking horrifying. What's the deal on the whole TikTok ban situation? Has that gained any traction? I feel like it was like almost there and then it kind of dropped out of the media.
The legislation that was being advanced to ban TikTok was written so broadly, it could ban a lot of stuff other than just TikTok.
Yeah.
Now, they could have passed a private law to require that it be handed over to a more trusted organization, but I don't know what happened.
Just wonder if that one's going to resurface anytime soon, because I feel like that's an issue that's not going to go away until something new springs up in its place that's government controlled, essentially. As much as I want to see it go, it's like I want to see it go, and then it's like it kind of feels like it's a hydra.
TikTok is a bunch of content and an algorithm. Both of those can be reconstructed in a different shell form. But the power given to the government to wipe out TikTok could also be used to wipe out other stuff that isn't as harmful. So it's kind of do we really trust a bunch of power-hungry politicians to make this kind of call and to delegate it to faceless bureaucrats who aren't going to be held responsible if they do something wrong? Or do we decide that TikTok, controlled by an enemy country, probably designed to make American kids crazy, is too dangerous, so we have to give power to these narcissistic politicians? Neither of these is a good option.
God, and no one's talking about what if we just tweaked the algorithm to put out smarter shit? Like the Chinese are doing it. They're getting fucking physics and all this crazy shit. It's like, why can't we make it an addictive educational app? Well, I could see how that can go wrong too. Then it just becomes...
I am super obsessed with fluorine. Let's make my own fluorine lab in the basement.
Oh, God. I hate that I've never been a part of TikTok and I still have to deal with TikTok. I hate that I've never been on fucking Twitter and I have to deal with the shit that is Twitter.
I'm in DC. I see young professionals my age and younger who are crazy from TikTok.
It's a drug. We just always need a new fucking drug in this country. This is just one of the newer ones.
Yeah. It's been described as digital fentanyl, but the Chinese probably think of it the way they think about opium. They claim that, the British sold opium in China to destroy the country. Well, frankly, opium was being commonly used in China before that. But it's one of those, it makes the Chinese people feel better about how poor they were in the 1800s, and it gives them an excuse to hate an outsider rather than focus on their own internal dysfunction.
I could think of a lot of communities like that right now, which I won't name. But, yeah, it's gotta learn how to deal with your history, be it your family history or your community's history or your cultural history. Because, I'll say it, there's a lot of African American kids right now out here in the United States that aren't handling their history very well. Just like there's a bunch of white kids out there that aren't handling those people's history very well, who aren't looking at their own family history. There's a lot of different communities that have chosen to take trauma from a very long time ago and make it the central point of focus rather than dealing with the trauma that came afterwards in a healthy, productive way.
And great tragedies make for great excuses.
Mm-hmm.
And great excuses tend to result in people who are passive and just wallowing in despair rather than building something better.
Yep. It's... Like I said, I feel like the fervor's coming down on that. I think a lot of people are recognizing it. And talking the African community specifically, just because I brought it up, I feel like there's a lot of older African Americans that are coming out and they're like, no, you need to know that yes, our families are ruined. A lot of fathers are in jail. What does that mean without going out and screaming, fuck the police? That means that what happened to this child psychologically was, this is what genetic trauma is. And, actually breaking it down on how you can help this individual as a human being. It's like, because a lot of the points are right. Like, yeah, police brutality, fathers in jail, drugs and crime, menthol cigarette, all that shit. But how are we healing that? There's a lot of people that just want to start a war over it, which will seemingly be led by mostly white kids.
Yeah. There was a protest against the Secure DC bill in DC. And although DC has a large black population, the vast majority of the protesters were white.
I always love the slogans like, I'm white, get behind me. So like if a cop shot, or like, let me shield you with my privilege. Like they would literally do sides like that where it's like, bloody fucking...
That tells you people don't have enough sense of perspective.
No, but if you ask them, they got all the perspective in the world. It's you that hasn't got it figured out. It's like,
Young
no, I'm gonna.
overconfidence, young overconfidence, it can spur people to do great things unless it's turned against people who just disagree with them.
And that confidence, like the kids are getting dumber, but they're getting cockier. Way fucking cocky. They're getting cocky about their stupid shit. Like, oh my god, how could you believe that? Don't you know, like, insert stupid amount of X, Y, and Z here, conversation ender, and it's like, little girl, you 16. The fuck you going on about right now? Whereas I'm thinking about when I was a kid, I at least tried, arguing about, so say 9/11 with my grandparents. I'm like, I think this and this and this, and maybe there was an edge to it, and there was something that wanted that rebellion and that conflict. But now it's just like Valley Girl dismissive bullshit that my brain cells hurt when I'm in the orbit of some of these children. And I love the kids. I don't want the kids to be safe, but goddamn, they're fucking retarded sometimes. And I'm just like, what? Read a book. Read a book.
Look, people will always complain. They will always think, oh, I can do this better. And usually they're wrong. Sometimes they're right, but usually they're wrong. And traditionally, one of the best ways to fix that was just tell people, go out, build your own thing. And then they discover, hey, this isn't as easy as I thought.
Yeah. And that's the thing. With all these tools we have, anybody can just go out and build their own thing right now. Any kid can take AI and make a fucking full-blown feature film. Like, these kids got to get their energy out in some creative places, but they also need to not let their creative places be an excuse to not educate themselves. So that's something I've noticed, like, oh, my kid has a hobby, and it's just like, okay, but your kid's a dropout. So it's like there has to be a balance for a lot of people, I feel like. And I get that the schools are dangerous and they're indoctrinating and people want their kids out of school. The option can't just be let your kid drop out and do whatever they want.
Frankly, I think I learned more when I was basically ignoring school and reading on my own.
Well, at least you're reading on your own. At least you're out seeking knowledge. That's the difference, I feel like, with a lot of this generation is with the TikTok and with the social media. Well, everything you need to know in life, you can be taught through memes and you can be taught through 15-second videos. And it's like, no, you guys are putting Tide Pods and ramen, and you may as well be mixing chlorine with the bleach. And I don't even.
All right. I had forgotten how dumb some people are and how disinclined to read stuff they are. But I suppose, how do you get young energy and overconfidence channeled in a constructive direction?
I think humility's got to play a large part of it. There's so many adults that don't want to humble these kids, and they want to let these kids take control of the conversation and take control of reality. And it's like I've been in the room where, like, you got a fucking 15-year-old walking over a 60-year-old, and it's like, well, you have the power to make that kid feel silly, quite frankly, and to knock down that confidence a little bit. Because, yeah, sometimes kids need their confidence knocked down a little bit in order to become healthy, confident adults, because you need to realize you don't fucking know everything. My mom sometimes had to knock down my confidence a little bit, and not in a destructive way, just to be like, hey, shut your mouth. You don't know everything. Stop yelling at me. Stop fucking doing this. Stop doing X, Y, and Z. People don't even ground their kids anymore. What happened to grounding?
I mean, I've known plenty of people who are grounded, but that was in Minnesota, not the Pacific Northwest. I wonder if some of what you're describing is radically more extreme than the general permissiveness people have observed as a generational slide. Like, it's Minnesota becomes maybe 20% more permissive, and you have more people falling through the cracks, but it's still a generally stable society, or was until 2020. But in the Pacific Northwest, it's maybe 80% more permissive, and lots of people follow through the cracks, and the government is just a fig leaf of responsibility when it's just people giving up on doing anything worthwhile.
I'd say it's more of 90%. My frame of reference is always, talking to people down in Texas and then people I know up here. People in Texas ground their kids. I'll say that much. But yeah, a lot of it here is, it's the different culture. So like here you have the train hoppers and you have the drifters and you have the various degrees of hippies and you got the deadheads and you got the wooks and then you got the punk scene and then you have the queer homeless community and then you have the anarchist and then you have like a small sect of like cyber goth punk people and then you have all these different rebellious counterculture type groups to where it's been like that so long here that now all these counterculture groups have had kids and they don't see what that did to them. So they're just like, well, if it didn't harm me, then it won't harm them. Not even having the understanding of what the counterculture groups have turned into, how communistic they've become, how destructive, how perverse they've become.
Ooh,
Because
boy.
to them, it's just flower power era. We're going to the Grateful Dead concert to huff gas and drop acid. We're going to go listen to Willie Nelson down in Portland, and then we're going to have ourselves a nice car ride back smoking a doobie. It ain't that anymore. And they really don't realize that because a lot of them, yeah, it's like Carrie Kelly, the Robin in Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns, how her parents were all part of the hippie movement and they're just kind of sitting back doing their thing while Carrie Kelly's going out being Robin. They're like, you remember Chicago? Yeah, that was a time. Fuck Nixon. And then meanwhile, she's just out having adventures on her own and they can't be any the wiser. I feel like that's a really accurate depiction of what's going on with most kids right now in this area for sure.
How the heck can kids hold their life together if adults don't offer them a ladder out of the messes they get into?
The adults just dig the pit deeper. Here's a place for you to do your drugs. Here's a place for you to escape. Here's a place to not be judged. And that's a very type of common person I've met time and time again here.
I met a Turkish immigrant, and he was thinking that it was just a way to kill off the useless eaters in the population, offer them drugs and let them drug themselves to death.
Oh, that too. I think both are true simultaneously. It's like I said with the radicals and the trans kids. It's all kind of an outgrowth of that because it's all the same. It's like kind of like we're one of the last generations to get pushed down before the crazy shit really starts to pop off. And it is kind of like a thinning of the herd because, I mean, the kids are so callous about it. There was one kid here, and I know a family friend, and was just like, yeah, my ex committed suicide the other week. And I was just like, Jesus Christ, are you fucking okay? Do you want to talk about it? I was more shocked than the kid was. And she's like, oh no, he went and raped a bunch of people, so I'm good. I'm good. I'm glad that piece of shit's fucking dead. And just turned around and walked away. And I'm just like, someone you dated committed suicide, allegedly raped people. I had no words. Because I've always been the type of person when someone commits suicide or something tragic happens in someone's life, people will come to me and talk to me because I'm willing to talk about anything with anybody and be brutally honest. These kids are way different than when I was a teenager.
What's the difference between tolerance and callousness?
Apparently, it's a very thin fucking line because it's not. That's all it is at this point. It feels like is callousness. Like if you're defying the agenda or you don't support the shit with trans kids, you get a callousness because they want to be tolerant, and you're not being tolerant. And I'm dealing with a lot of that right now. And it's a cult. people gotta recognize it's all a fucking cult. Like, people need to have the label, this is Team Death Cult. This is the team that isolates people, secludes them, fucking sterilizes them, has them fucking committing suicide, doesn't give a shit when it happens, and then propagates it into law. Because we're already normalized to it. But then we're the assholes, because we recognize it.
I mean,
Like-
there's a theory that affluent white women end up backing a lot of these destructive causes because the activists manage to hijack the nurturing instinct.
Mm-hmm. Oh, everyone I was just thinking of was a fucking suburban white woman. It's true. Black people don't come to me to this shit. The trans people don't even come to me with this shit. I get backlash from white women.
I believe it. There was this fascinating interview on Joe Rogan with Dave Chappelle or somebody, and it was Joe Rogan was talking about this academic who ended up taking a lot of drugs to study them scientifically, and you could tell Dave Chappelle was really, he was very skeptical about the supposed scientific goal of taking all those drugs. And Joe Rogan was buying it, but you could tell Dave Chappelle wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Who's more willing to believe an excuse? Someone who is used to being downhill where a lot of excrement flows, or someone who's in the middle of the hill and the excrement just might dirty their shoes, but it rolls past them?
Yeah. So we've got to open up our perception more here. Like,
because I can tell you, a lot of the people who come to DC to work in the policy arena, they're smart, they're dedicated, they're ambitious, and they come from stable families and did fairly well at school and didn't have a lot of the wildness that you're describing.
yeah.
So if they learn about how a lot of kids on the bottom are experiencing life, it is as an abstract concept, not something they can visualize, not something they understand, and often something they barely hear about. So I know some people in DC, they complain about their parents being abusive, but it was things like, my parents were just kind of aloof, distant. They didn't tell me they loved me. They pushed me too hard in academics or music. Well, so the child, well, what? That's not particularly horrible, although they could have been better. Meanwhile, you've got kids who their father was a crack addict. Their mother was an alcoholic. One of their cousins is in jail for a felony. They don't know how to fill out a job application because they've spent their entire life around people who've been unemployed.
And then when those kids are out on the playground or hanging out or wherever doing their thing, whenever the other kids start talking like they don't know about that type of thing, and that kid automatically knows you have no clue what I've been through or what I've seen, then that kid shuts down and never the two shall meet. But that's kind of the story of the Buddha, is kind of going out of the castle, out of the kingdom, into the streets, realizing there's pain, realizing there's suffering, and having that snap moment of, oh, not everything is as good as the palace, you know? So I'm pretty sure that was the Buddha. But I think that parents need to integrate their kids a little bit more, but also scarily enough with what's happening in society, I can see parents being less willing to integrate their kids with different groups, given how all the other different groups are falling to shit, so they'd rather stick with what they know.
Yay!
But I mean, one thing you probably could do with your kid is like get him out in some charities, see a different side of life, work with the homeless. I mean, to a varying degree, that's probably going to be sketchy to do with a younger kid right now. But there's ways to expose kids to that kind of reality. drive by Skid Row, lock the doors, but drive by Skid Row and be like, hey, this is the reality for some people. We don't have that. Like Bruce Wayne going through Gotham City with his family, Thomas Wayne's like, yeah, these people don't have everything that we have, and we want to try and make that better. That's why we've built this railway station, but never forget those people down there, son. Those are the people you're going to protect. There's got to be a little bit more of that, like taking an hour or two out of your day to be like, sweetie, before you go back to school tomorrow and have some fun and play your video games and do your thing, I just want you to see this. Just so you have a frame of reference as you get older to know. That's the kind of shit my mom would do. She'd be like, look out the window, and she'd explain shit to me. Or this is why this type of person was acting the way that they were today. And because a lot of parents just want to ignore that and pretend like that thing didn't happen or they didn't see that, because they also want to maintain that bubble, that you're not taking the time to educate your kids about the world around them. So by the time they become teenagers, they freak the fuck out. And then they either feel like they need to shut down or fight.
I think that's a good idea, because a lot of the violence of hate at the society seems as if it almost comes from a place of surprise.
Mm-hmm. Like I have a crazy story. I'll just be running my mouth sometimes, and then I realize all the things I've said, and then I got to realize other people aren't from that, and realize some of the things I say maybe could fucking scare some people. Like talking to Stephanie Wynn the other day, I'm just laying out what it was like for third grade when I was a kid, and then she's kind of sitting there jaw dropped, and I'm like, oh shit, yeah, no, that's kind of fucked up. But with the kids now, as the generations gets on, it's not really it doesn't take much to shock them at all. Like seeing a person with their pants pulled down because they're too high to pull their pants up. It's something to make fun. It's like immaturity to a high degree, but obliviousness. The obliviousness adds to the shock, but I don't even know what I'm trying to explain right now. It's something new with these kids that it's not just stupidity. For the people in power, I'll pin it on stupidity, but for the kids, it's something else.
Mocking the vulnerability of other people as a way to feel like they have some control of the situation. And the adults just, their polite pain at someone else's vulnerability causes them to look away. But for kids who have no other source to feel like they have control, they look and mock because that's perceived as a form of power.
I think that is beautifully summed up. I think that's it. Like I talk about going to see Sound of Freedom, and you got a group of kids that are laughing when the kids are getting loaded onto a train or beaten or makeup put on them. And then thankfully you got like the one or two kids there that were like, shut up, this is a child rape movie. Like, you have the one or two immature friends, but they're so small. But I also feel that in them being so small, a lot of those kids are going to get older and they're going to explode with ideas and innovation and creativity and avenues out of this. It just sucks to see it be such a small number. And most of the time I see kids out around here, they're high, they're smoking weed, they're drinking openly. School lets out for lunch around here. Everyone goes and gets high in the park. You can see it when you're driving by, which, to be fair, it's no different than what I was doing in high school. But, like, it's not just weed and cigarettes and a beer anymore. It's like, well, I wasn't doing the beer in high school, really. But now it's ketamine and acid and mushrooms and pills. And, everyone's on that Suicide Boy shit. Everyone's on their dark edgelord shit, and they love blasting that trap music and getting down with their buddies and rapping. And again, there's a lot of parallels to when I was a kid, but with the different drugs being introduced.
Oh boy, ketamine kind of scares me the frick out.
They act like it can be medicinal, but people just, they overuse that term. Like, oh, it's for my depression. Again, everything, depression and trauma is always a reason.
Even when doctors use ketamine to treat certain kinds of depression, the people still seem to have bad risk assessment. They seem to be unrealistic in how they deal with other people. Mostly that doesn't matter because there's enough safety systems, so a couple bad judgments don't hurt anybody very seriously. But there's still problems with ketamine.
Yeah. And it's kind of like with the trans shit here, you know, they'll fucking put these kids on a fucking revolving door, and then they don't check up on the kids. They don't check up on the ketamine patients long term, from my understanding. Not to mention you're paying like $600 for like a session or two. And a lot of that shit's getting overtaken now. There's a lot of people in the psychedelic field that have been coming out being like, yeah, they're trying to include DEI and woke shit into people's ayahuasca experiences at this point.
Oh, yes.
Again, we're conquering all the realms here. And it's just like, but these kids aren't getting it from the psychedelic therapist. They're getting it from the street. They're getting it from Snapchat. They're getting it from Discord. They're getting it from the pedophile in the alley who just wants to keep them coming back until that one day. It's dark shit. And all the figures around here are known. You even get some regulars. You drive through town and you're like, oh yeah, this is a diddler. Can't go in certain parts of town because he'll beat his ass, but he can sure as hell go here for some creepy reason. A lot of people. Like, it's a city, but it's also a small town. So sometimes you walk into Eugene and it feels like a sitcom. Some of these people have been there from the first day I moved here. And you learn the horrors and you're like, Jesus fuck Christ. The underbelly. It's less of an underbelly and more surface level here, because there's certainly the underbelly, but the surface level shit is so wild in itself. It just makes you not even want to go deeper, because all this shit up here is wild enough. But where I live specifically, Eugene Springfield is a very, very, very dark place. I mean, it's the Valley of Death. This is where most people would die during the Oregon Trails. There's an insane amount of fucking black mold, pollen count out the ass. I live in the middle of a valley, so all the air is stagnant. So even though it's 90 degrees, it's just thick and unbearable. And when it's not like that, and when everything's not on fire like it's probably going to be in a month, it's gray and dreary, and you're not getting a lick of sunshine.
Right.
So the conditions are fiction or nonfiction?
Either.
Included into my comic book one day. Yeah, it's all the conditions you need for this type of shit in the state are here, from nature to the social elements to extreme, everything leads to fucking destruction in the state. It seems like in the current moment, you know, before it was at least bearable and there was problems to be had for sure. And I mean, I only saw a year or two of that golden era before it all collapsed, but
I saw Minneapolis before the riots. It was kind of a grimy industrial city in the 70s and a bit less so in the 80s. But by the 2000s and 2010s, it had become a bit of a local tech hub with people coming across from around the world to work for GM, for medical device manufacturers. It was a hub of medical research and development. And the politics were stupid. There was always a radical left-wing contingent in the city, including many of the terrorists from the 70s. And when I was an undergrad, one of the women from the O was apprehended, and there were calls for her pardon and release, despite the number of people hurt in the terrorist actions by that group.
Was that the bombing?
They had a couple bombings.
Okay.
And despite the stupidity of the politics, the politicians recognized the importance of business because they wanted money for the social programs. So the bureaucracy worked smoothly. Bureaucrats were paid a good sum. They adhered to the rules and tried to diligently carry them out. And the result was a somewhat functional, albeit high tax, city with a lot of social programs, mostly benefiting foreign-born immigrants and their children. And it was a city that, despite its problems, seemed to basically work. And I left. And then I saw the places I walked, the storefronts advertising a dance studio class or a local deli or one of my favorite bookstores, the Uncle Hugo Science Fiction Bookstore, right next to the other part that was about mystery stories. And that was burned down. Unfortunately, the owner had let the insurance lapse because he was about to move, and the store was burned down before he could move. So it was a city that kind of seemed to work despite many problems. And now it does not work. My friend from undergrad has moved twice to escape the rising crime, and he has to move because he's got young children. I went to the light rail stop, and whereas previously it used to be people clustering together, talking to each other, and generally preferring to use other people as a windbreak, because it is, Minnesota is famous for being cold and sometimes windy. What I saw was people looking down, trying to avoid each other's gaze and trying to stand at least 10 or more feet apart to avoid attracting attention. I saw streets that were dusty from construction and people not bothering to clean up. I saw lots of new construction in the suburbs. Why? Because all the businesses, all the money, all the rich people were leaving the center of the city and moving to the suburbs. And some apologists for the current administration of Minneapolis say, oh, here's this beautiful tower in downtown. Yes, but it's half empty because people aren't moving to the center of the city anymore. They're moving to the suburbs so they don't have to live under the same government.
Yep. Everything you just said with less burnt down buildings, that's exactly Eugene right now. And even driving in the other week, I hadn't driven through for a month or so. You come in near the federal courthouse and there's an off ramp and you could at least see the city. You could see the giant building that says Eugene Hotel and a big neon red light, and you could see the rooftops and you could see the trees. Not anymore. High-rise buildings all over the place for all the students coming in. And a lot of it's foreign exchange students, the ones that are willing to come in here. And then Springfield, it's less building out, at least that I've seen where I live, out into the suburbs, but more people moving out here for sure. And yeah, the bookstores, that always hits the worst because all my shit's fucking tagged up now. My parking space is just a big hammer and sickle. It's like, fuck. Comic book store sounds like it's gonna fucking go under potentially. Like they're literal fucking book burners. This is book burning. You know? And then half these bookstores you do go into, like Barnes and Nobles here, how to not indoctrinate your baby into the Aryan Brotherhood or some crazy shit. It's all white supremacy, white versus black, left versus right, queer this, queer that, hypersexualized, to where I just kind of have to keep my head down to get to the Star Wars section. It's insane, and especially with the child development books, because my friend has a baby on the way, so he's like, I want to go get some books on being a dad. So I actually went and looked at some of the books that were there. All anti-racism. All get your kid thinking about race. Why your baby might come out with a Hitler mustache. Like, how to prevent your black fetus from being hung. It was just crazy titles where I was just like, how is this not parody? And I mean, those titles are parody. I just pulled some of those out of my ass for sure. But it was just wild shit to say. And then you get to the book counter. And it's a 250-pound obese bitch with her belly hanging out of her crop top and her fupa hanging out and the big septum piercing and the blue hair. And you're like, can't even have a normal checkout person anymore, huh? There's just no more fucking dress code with you people. And I'm not a strict dress code guy. I'm kind of a don't dress like a fat whore at work kind of guy. To put it crudely.
And DC is not without its own problems. That was just a boil water advisory.
What happened? How'd that? What?
I don't know what happened this time, but periodically the pipes here lose pressure and large chunks of the city have to boil water because something might have gotten in and you might end up having some bacteria or virus in the water supply now.
Can any of this be attributable to hacks?
Probably not. It's a mechanical system.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I know water treatment centers, but that's different. Like I know Xbox went down yesterday. I'm still trying to figure out if that was a hack, but it went down for 3/4 of its users. I couldn't sign in or anything. My Xbox would just turn itself off and be like, nope. The turning off issue is more of a because the house is hot, but
so each city has its problems, but there's a point at which it kind of seems to work. And there's pockets where it really doesn't, but it still rakes in money and most people can have a fairly pleasant life. And then there's places where nothing works and most people stop pretending that it does.
And for most places, it's kind of like most everything's broken. Minus, like said, Texas. I don't know what Florida's situation, but Texas, anytime I call them, they're like, oh yeah, don't worry. It's still Texas, still doing what we're doing. And I'm just like, God damn it. I wish I could say these things. And it's not because these people are oblivious. These are people who very much pay attention to what things are happening in Texas, but they're like, no, we still grocery shop. We're still going to the gas station. We're still making our payments, still mowing the lawn, going out with some old friends to go to a barbecue, all that shit. And then everything here is just like communist drama through everything.
And that sounds hyperbolic because there's a lot of political commentators who simply take anything mildly socialistic and extrapolate it to communism. Mm-hmm. But you're describing hammer and sickles being spray painted everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a little less on this train. I'm not even the kind of guy who would be like a little drop of socialism here and there wouldn't work. I like Bernie, but if this is what that was all supposed to be for, this isn't people talking about UBI checks anymore and stimulus and even if it wasn't good ideas or good policies, it's not people coming to the forefront with ideas. It's this is who I want to kill and why. It kind of feels like this is how this person wronged me. This is how this group. Like, the amount of people, just because people think I'm gay, they think I want to hear, fuck those straight cis rednecks over there. It's always, fuck the rednecks, fuck the rednecks. And I'm like, man, y'all know how cool these rednecks have been to me since I've moved to Springfield? The rednecks are some of the coolest motherfuckers here. They're some of the most accepting motherfuckers here. Don't give me that shit. Fuck the rednecks. Maybe you just have a shitty attitude towards a group of people and you're getting shit in return. But people don't want to see that because they've been wronged and they're hurt.
The petty vindictiveness of pampered people is fodder for tyrants of all sorts.
That's all people are right now, is they're just fodder and they don't fucking get it. And then when people want to understand it and tell them, hey, calm the fuck down, well then you're the fucking Nazi. You're the enemy. You're the one we should fucking isolate from. Well, at this point it's kind of like, well, fuck you. For a lot of people, not for everybody. I'm still trying to keep some of these people close, but there's some people I just had to look at and be like, look, fuck you, man. Like, this shit's you're too uppity on your shit, and I can't be around an energetic vampire like you.
Let me guess, they can dish it out, but they can't take it?
Oh, yeah. And here's the thing. I'll fucking give it back way fucking harder than you gave it to me if you fucking push it. Because it takes a lot for me to get there. It takes a lot of building up for me to finally have my say on shit. You fucking treat me like shit over and over and over again, and I'll bottle it up, but when you finally push it to the point where it's unforgivable, it's all coming out. And sorry if you can't fucking deal with that. So I try to get better with talking to people in the moment about my feelings, but also that has to come with certain people come along and I have to immediately be like, I know you're going to be a problem. Like, let's keep it professional, let's keep it respectable, but I'm not looking for fucking drama. Because I get so much drama from just being myself and having the interests that I do and just being who I am.
George Orwell wrote an essay on a trip he made to, I want to say Edinburgh or Aberdeen, and he described the petty vindictiveness of the what we would call a bed and breakfast owner. And their petty resentment of the guests and the people around them, despite what was objectively a fairly adequate financial environment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I see that working at the restaurant I work at. You have so many of these new hosts coming in and they think it's hell on earth. And because of that, they treat the guests like it's hell on fucking earth. And then they don't get tipped, so it's an unfair system. And then they don't get raises on that, so it's a fucked up system. And like, I got denied a raise because I raised my voice to someone kind of behaving shitty like this. I'm not going to go around and be like, my boss denied me a raise and I'm moving. How dare she do that after we had an agreement? No, maybe I shouldn't have raised my voice to the other person. I got what I fucking got. But they come in and for a lot of them it's their first job and it's just like, fuck this place and fuck these people and these people are so goddamn rude. Yeah, it's a restaurant. You're dealing with the American populace. I mean, depending on what point in history, anytime I've worked in a restaurant, these people haven't been the most pleasant to work with. And it's the ones that come along that are pleasant that make your day. But they don't get any of those people because they basically want to give everybody eat shit looks. And fuck them for making me fucking bring food to their table. It's so gross. It's so fucking gross. And I'm not going to pretend like I don't have I've definitely had nights where I kind of join in and I'm like, fuck this place or this is fucking bullshit. I'm not going to do it in front of the customers. Sometimes I get a little loud and I have to be told to keep quiet. But I'm not going out there being vindictive towards customers. I'm holding open the door. Hey, welcome in. Love your shirt. Nice hat. But they don't do that. They can't even do small talk.
Do they understand the difference between front of the house and back of the house?
No. And they look at it like a class system to where we're above them. So therefore we're the cause of all their problems because we make more money. And I will say the way our store is structured, they could stand to give people more money up front, and the tip system is really fucked. And I do get a lot of money for washing dishes, and I do get a fair amount of the tip system that probably would be better served going to the front of the house.
Is that?
But
I will say, as a busboy, the tip sharing system really encouraged me to be nicer to the customers than otherwise.
Well, at least the nice part about where I work is I don't have to go out and bus. The hosts do that for me. So I just get to sit back and do the dishes, which is another reason I'm like, yeah, I'd be kind of pissed too. I understand it to a certain degree, but it's like, take it to management. I've mentioned it to management. I said, hey, this doesn't feel fair. I wasn't going out rah, take away my money, but I have made it known that, could be a reason why they're a little pissy, but especially, like I said, with the new ones coming in, now that we've got a lot of the long-termers out, the longer I've been there, different breed of people.
Unrealistic expectations for what a job is.
Yeah, like I've gotten fuck yous for asking people to mash down the garbage or to not fling. Oh, the drama I could tell. I'm keeping it limited until I leave my job. But Yeah, no. I mean, I had a guy who was pissed. I told him, don't put down my red racks. You're screwing up my system. He got passive aggressive with me, put down my red racks, was pissed off at me calling him out on some pedophilic behavior and for making all the other guests uncomfortable and getting threatening with the staff, essentially. When I went to go put the red rack back over, he bonked me on the head and tried to put me in a chokehold. And I just like put my hands in the air, and the boss came around the corner and was like, put him down, put him down. And I'm like, fucking squeeze harder, motherfucker. You got arrested for this shit? And they're like, and it was like a whole fucking debacle. And I said, I kept my hands up. But this motherfucker came in and put me in a chokehold. Now get this, a month ago, he goes and applies to another store location that we have. 2 weeks ago, he comes back to reapply at my store, and about a week ago came in asking him about the job, and he had to be escorted out because they're like, you know why you don't have your job here. And the whole time he's screaming, why didn't he get fired? And he started it, and he's the one who hit me first. No one hit anybody. You just kind of on the back of the head and did this. Like, there was no fist swing. So he's just making things up. And people have been talking to me about him on, they've seen him on Facebook. They're like, yeah, dude, he's fucking wild. He's like, people have seen him out in public, like, he's fixated on you. He still tries to hit on all the girls here. That's a type of character I'm seeing a lot of lately. That's not just one person.
Oh,
that's one specific
wonderful.
instance. That's my work environment. They're lucky I stick it out. I actually love my job. Despite all that, I'm like, this is better than working at Subway. Hands down. It's better than dealing with the public. I get it. But, like, I'm not going to put someone in a fucking chokehold. I've called people names. I've gotten ravenous. I've been told to go outside and have a cigarette break because I'm getting a little too uppity. I have an anger streak. I'm not going to pretend like I don't. But I'll always simmer myself down, and I'll always humble myself, and I'll always say I'm fucking sorry. And it's not ass kissing. It's usually a genuine I'm fucking sorry. And if I'm not sorry, I'll tell them I'm not fucking sorry. And then they'll be like, okay, well, can you at least do this moving forward? And I'll be like, yeah, okay. Like,
I had my complaints about the restaurant I worked at, but what you're describing, too wild for my place.
And you know what's sad? Every day I go in there lately, I've been telling people I'm going to miss it. And it's not because of the toxicity, because, like, it's actually helped me overcome a lot. It's helped me get some confidence back. It's helped me get some of that bark that I didn't have in me before back. It's actually taught me kind of how to, like, operate my space and, like, have a firm but fair hand with people, which it used to just be firm. Now I'm trying to include more of the fair in there because I was getting real pissy for a minute there. But it's been actually such a learning experience, and, like I said, overall, good pay. They never fuck me on the hours. It's repetitious work. I come in, I do my thing, I listen to my podcast, I smoke my weed, I leave. You know, it's like things are what you make of it. And it's not to say that if you're in an environment like that, that you should stick it in. This is just what I specifically needed. Not the bonking on the head and the choking, of course, but I needed to work through the bullshit, and I used that environment as a way to work through the bullshit, I feel like.
It was there when you needed it.
Yeah. Now, it should not always be there. But yeah, I'm actually going to miss this town because these are the kinds of stories that you just don't have down in Texas. There's just a particular brand of stories going down, but I think after I live there for a year or two, I'm actually going to start to miss this kind of crazy shit a lot. As fucked up as that is to say. Because it is home.
Lurid tales for lurid times.
Yeah, it's living in Oregon's been so fucking weird. I never expected life to be so different at all. But Ciprian, I think we've been here for about 4.5 hours. I think my husband just got back not too long ago. Is there any closing thoughts or any subjects you want to touch before we go?
I wish we could have talked more about the wild variety of people in the American Revolution, but there's
topic for next time?
Sure.
Hell yeah. Alrighty. Well, thank you guys so much for being here today. Make sure to hit like, subscribe. Make sure to share this to social media. We want to try make sure this gets out to as many people as possible and grow the channel so that we can get more people to speak with. And yeah, appreciate all y'all for being here. And remember, these people are fucking idiots. Y'all have a great night.
This is an excerpt of how the Christmas truce unfolded, according to Henry Williamson, a British Army officer who was there. For weeks we had lived in flooded trenches. The Germans were 80 yards away. Our trench was enfiladed. We lost many men, shot by snipers. Night after night, since the tailing off of the Battle of Ypres, we had toiled in the parapets, filling sandbag with clayey mud, squelched through muddy lagoons of woodland tracks, carrying rations, duck boards, pumps, and ammunition. We were volunteers, rushed out to help General French's shattered expeditionary force. A few weeks before, we had been schoolboys, bank clerks, undergraduates, medical students. Now our lives were ravaged. Some of us, the young ones who thought of their mothers, were near to despair. We were without hope, without horizon. At first, trench life had been interesting, even enjoyable. There was fun cooking our own bacon and making tea in the wood while shrapnel cracked overhead. Good sport stalking the wild geese in the marshes, satisfying to feel the soft hairs of our unshaven chins. The regulars were decent chaps, heroes of Mons. But the rains fell, and the trenches filled almost waist high. After a few days, we could scarcely move our legs, nor did we seem to need food. At night, we dragged ourselves out of the ditches and moved about, uncaring of bullets aimed at random in the dark. All night we worked, carrying parties, pumping fatigues, parapet building. At dawn, we slid into water again and set ourselves to endure the gray daylight. Even now, so long afterwards, when I hear rain on the tiles overhead, the ghost of that time makes me draw the blankets closer around my neck. On Christmas Eve of 1914, we were in the support line about 200 yards inside the plough-steered wood. It was freezing. Our overcoats were as stiff as boards, our boots were too hard to move, but we rejoiced as the mud was hard too. Also, happy thought we would be able to sleep that night. Inside a new blockhouse of oak boughs and sandbags called Piccadilly Hotel. No bed but the cold earth, no blankets even, but sleep. Sleep. Then came a message from brigade headquarters, brought I think by 2nd Lieutenant Bruce Bairnsfather of the Warwicks. Wiring parties were required in no man's land all night. And there would be a moon. We would have to work only 50 yards from the German machine guns in the White House opposite the eastern edge of the wood. 2 hours later, We filed out of the dark trees into the naked, moonlit terror of no man's land, holding our shovels beside our faces in hope of protection against the expected mortar blast. The moon was high and white among the frozen clouds. We were visible. Someone slipped with a clank of a spade or rifle. We flung ourselves on our faces and waited. But the battlefield was as silent as the moon. For an hour, we worked in silence, in a most mysterious soundlessness. What had happened? We began to talk naturally as we drove in stakes and pulled out concertinas of prepared wire. There was no rifle fire, either up or down the line, from way up north beyond Ypres to south, beyond Armentières and the French army. At midnight, we heard laughing as we worked. We heard singing from the German lines, carols, the tunes of which we knew. I noticed a very bright light on a tall pole raised in their lines. Down opposite the East Lanks Trench, in front of the convent, a Christmas tree. With lighted candles. Was set. On their parapet. The unreal moonlight life went on, happily. Cries of "Come on over, Tommy, we won't fire at you." A dark figure approached me, hesitatingly. A trap? I walked towards it with a bumping heart. "Merry Christmas, English friend." We shook hands, tremulously. Then I saw that the light on the pole was the morning star, the star in the east. It was Christmas morning. All Christmas Day, gray and khaki figures mingled and talked in no man's land. Picks and spades rang in the hard ground. It was strange to stare at the dead we had only glimpsed at swiftly from the trenches. The shallowest graves were dug, filled, and set with crosses, knocked together from lengths of ration box wood, marked with indelible pencil, for king and country, for Vaterland, und Freiheit, fatherland and freedom. Freedom? Freedom? How was this? We were fighting for freedom, and our cause was just. We were defending Belgium, civilization. These fellows in gray were good fellows. They were, strangely, just men like ourselves. How can we lose the war, English comrade? Our cause is just. We are ringed with enemies. The war was thrust on us. We are defending our parents, our homes, our German soil. The most shaking, staggering thought that both sides thought they were fighting for the same cause. The war was a terrible mistake. People at home did not know this. Then the idea came to the young and callow soldier that if only he could tell them at home what was really happening, and if the German soldiers told their people the truth about us, the war would be over. But he hardly dared to think it waving hands from the trenches by day, singing and reflected blaze of trench bonfires at night. It was a lovely time. On the third afternoon came a message from the Germans. At midnight, our staff officers visit, and we must fire our automatic pistolen. But we will fire higher. Nevertheless, please keep under cover. At 11 p.m., Berlin midnight, we saw flashes going away into the air. 2 days later, an army order came from GHQ to the effect that men found fraternizing with the enemy would be court-martialed and, if found guilty, would suffer the death penalty. And again in that place, the Veyri light soared over no man's land at night, and bullets cut showers of splinters from trees, and sometimes human flesh and bone. So hope sank into the mud again, but did not die. Despite a withering anew as each poor human unit fell in machine gun and mortar blast and colossal reverberating rending of the shells of those 4 years. The years whose truth seems to be incommunicable. Sometimes, as one listens to what people say, here in the England a generation died for, it seems like almost pre-war again. Can it be that we lack imagination to see the other fellow as ourselves? Henry Williamson continued to fight. He was eventually wounded by gas. Then when he was declared unfit to serve in the army, he then volunteered for the Air Force to see if that could get him back to the front. But he didn't make it back to the front, luckily, because the war ended. The war ended. But not before 20 million were wounded and 17 million men were killed. Men. Just normal men. Gone. So, this holiday season, please think of those men and women around the world in the trenches now, risking life and limb for what they believe in. For freedom. And think of the civilians trapped in those hellish places, suffering in the merciless endless path of war. And finally, as Henry Williamson asked, let us not lack the imagination to think of other men as men like ourselves, men like us. Merry Christmas to all. And may there be peace on earth.